Hello, everybody. Welcome. We have a new background. Decided it was time for a refresh. Oh, I forgot the chair's gonna be over there. Are you ready to cheese time? Let's move some things around. There we go. But yeah. So we're gonna be working on Starground today. We were messing with the shader on the buildings last time. And that was not working for some reason. We're gonna spend a little bit of time messing around with that. Hopefully we can get it working, but I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. So let me go ahead and open up everything. Get it ready to go. Alright. Let's just start. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. So let's see. Tephra room is the one that has the shader. Imagine spinning. It could not be me. Thank you for this bean. So yeah, I mean, it's so annoying. I don't know how to do this shader right, but where's the shader editor? Right here. So give me a second here. I realize I need to close a thing. Hold on, guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to fix this. I mean, what we have in here now is we have this object offset thing. So this is going to be the coordinate of like here, of 0, 0 on the tile. But it just doesn't wanna work. So I'm saying vertex plus that times 10. It should be fine. I don't know. See, because if we move this, does it go ahead and... Okay, so this is a way that we can test this shader, is just move this around. Alright, so essentially we want to get this working when it's up above over here, so... That's our goal right now. And also I need to actually set the position in here. I'm not doing that. Yeah, man, I don't know. I guess what we can do is just mess with the object offset in here. Hey, Off the Rails, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so what we could do is in here, Tileset will just temporarily modify this object offset thing, right? Whatever it is. See, it looks like it should work. Right? It doesn't make any sense. So the only thing I can think is that I'm just not, setting the value correct or something. Or like, maybe position isn't updated at this point in time right here. It shouldn't be an issue, but who knows, dude? So I'm saying get used cells and static. Tile data is get all the tiles if tile data. Right, yeah, that's just a coordinate. Then do it, say tile data on material that set shader parameter. Object offset to our global position. Right? They should be fine. I don't know. It's definitely annoying. I'm trying to think if there's any other way that we can do this. right? If this doesn't work out. But I don't know. I don't think there is. Fade height. I mean, maybe it's just that the offset is like too big or something, right? Because like, okay, if we have this set here, and let's say we're up. That doesn't make any sense, because if we're up, then that offset should be, right? Well, here, let's test this. If we're at minus 1,000 above, okay. Because maybe this is our issue. And then we set that to minus 1,000. See, that doesn't work. Does it need to be at 1,000? No. About 1,000 minus 600. See, I don't know, like, what this value needs to be, right? I think that's the issue we have right here. Okay, so we can see that's changing now. Okay, so it's very specific. Does it have to be our position times our world scale, which is 003? That's only 3 pixels. So what's the secret here, right? 600 is way too big. 200, 100. 100 is better, but it's still off. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out the right value. Is it gonna be like the height or the width of our texture? Probably not. No, because 128 is way too high. But we're definitely like on to something, I feel like, right? If we can just figure out the relationship between our position and what that offset needs to be, then I think we can get this working. Because like, okay, if we're at minus 2,000, then what would make sense for that value, right? Is it 256? No, that's too high. So is it just a multiple of 100? So like 200 would be perfect here? Maybe that's what it is. Because we're at 2,000. So then what we can say is this. Minus global position divided by 10. And maybe that'll fix our issues. I don't know why we have to divide it by 10, if I'm being honest, but there must be a reason. Hey, Lejam, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? We are currently messing with shaders. Shaders are hard, but I'm getting there. I think I figured out the issue. So we're gonna run this up and see what happens. All good, how about you? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just working on Starground. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of shader stuff recently. Shaders are pretty fun. I mean, I do enjoy it. Of course, sometimes they're a little difficult and annoying, but you can do some cool stuff, though. Hey, Dazrazer, welcome in. How's it going? So yeah, let's take a look at what this looks like now. Yeah, I'm working on the new dungeon, so this is going to be a new dungeon planet. I don't think it worked. I don't know why. Because now the 001 doesn't even work. For some reason, it's just that one down there, which doesn't make any sense. So I don't actually know what I did wrong then. Minus goal position divided by 10. Should be okay. Unless it's just not, the material is not, Hey, shaders, so weird in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, shaders are really tricky. It's really hard to program shaders. Because first off, you gotta learn a whole new language. At the very least, right? So, it's definitely difficult. It is no walk in the park. Yeah, and then you run into stuff like this, which just like, I don't even know, like, what's going on here, right? Yeah, I don't think I can set... Maybe I can't have those be local, which is too bad. Because I think it should definitely be changing the value here for each position. So something's off for sure. For some reason, those ones are fine. And I don't know why. I think it's because they're probably the last ones to set the value, right? So it's probably just fine for those ones down there. And then everything else is screwed. Yeah. Basically what I'm trying to do right now, let me show you guys, is I'm just trying to get these buildings to fade out as they get toward the bottom, right? And I'm getting there, but it's definitely been a process. It's hard. Because the shaders just don't, I don't know. The issue is what I'm trying to do is make it fade out, like, from the origin of this building, right? So, but I am not able to get it working right now. The good thing with shaders, if you learn them, you learn basic C language. Yeah. I mean, I do think shaders are a really useful tool, right? There's a lot of good use cases for shaders. It does feel really great when you, like, shade something in and it just kind of works, you know? It's kind of awesome. But then, of course, you also run into stuff like this where it's just kind of a nightmare. Yeah, I mean, I think I've got to make these buildings fade out because I don't know how else I would, like, visually do this. And see, I bet if I change this value in here... Yeah, see, this is our issue, is that what's happening is it's just setting that value for every building. It's not actually doing local values on the tiles, which I don't know how to change that behavior, or if we even can. And I think that's the issue. So I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Because normally, with like a normal node, you can just put this in as a, you know, local to scene, and then you can modify the values in there without affecting the other ones. But it's weird because, like, I have to apply it to the tiles on these, right? So it's it gets very complicated. Ugh. I don't know. Gotta figure something out here. Use uv.y if the building is the full quad. Well, the thing is it has to be like world space. It's just because of how tiles work. Tiles are kind of really annoying to shade. So the problem with using just the regular old UV is that, like, our tile is like, every single tile has its own shader, right? So if you just use the regular UVs, what it's going to do is just do that fade, right, on every single tile individually. And so what I'm having to do with this shader is convert, like, everything into terms of world space. So, like, where it physically is inside of the world, like, what's the coordinate of that pixel. And that does work, but yeah, the issue is I can't set values, like, to be able to know the position of where this tile set is versus something like this one. That's like, how do you tell, right? So that's the issue. I don't know how I'm gonna fix it. Because in theory, it makes sense. I can just set the object offset here, right, to whatever the value is, or whatever the coordinate is, and it should just work. But I can't, yeah, I can't set it to individual tiles because, yeah. This value's in as uniform. Well, that's what I'm doing, right? So inside of here, I have the uniform value. So yeah, the issue is just that tiles don't, like, you can't have the material local to each tile. So, like, say I set the uniform in this tile, then it's gonna update that value for everything, right? For every single tile. So it just breaks everything. I don't know how I'm gonna get around that. I mean, there's instance uniforms, but we can't do that because the tiles aren't an instance. They're like, the only data I can get about the tile material is with this function. Just saying tile data dot material, right? And when I run get cell tile data. So this just has all this stuff in here for each tile. It has the material. But yeah, doesn't work. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I could like just instantiate a new material for every single tile. That seems like a really bad idea because it would run bad. But maybe it wouldn't. Maybe that's gonna be my option here. So I don't even know how I would really do that. I think I'm just gonna say then tile data is gonna be type tile data. Can I like say duplicate? Yeah. And I'll say true on the sub resources. So maybe we do this. We'd say tile data material is equal to tile data material dot duplicate. So that should create a brand new material resource for every single tile. And then let's see what happens if I go back into the game. I don't know if it's gonna work, but maybe. Hard draw the fate tiles. I would like to avoid doing that just because it's gonna be a nightmare having to like go through and do all of those. I mean, it's always an option though, you know, backup option if I can't get this working. But hopefully I can avoid that. Okay, so this just crashed. Awesome. I don't know why though. Maybe if we let it sit for a minute, it'll be fine. No, it's done. Oh, well, the project is still open though. Okay, so I don't even know what I did then. Maybe I just had to say this new material is that, and then set material to new material. I mean, it shouldn't matter, but sometimes it's weird, right? And then maybe I run this on new material, and then I set it. It shouldn't matter, but who knows? So let's see what happens here. But yeah, I don't know. I guess really my only other option is to draw them by hand, which really sucks. Because I hate having to do stuff like that. But yeah, this is not working. It seems like duplicating is causing some issues here. So I'm not sure why. Right? Because I'm checking if the material exists, then duplicate the material. Right? I mean, it's just a resource, so it has a duplicate thing. But it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably out of options. Maybe it's because I'm also duplicating the sub-resources, but those are the things I need to duplicate, so if I can't, then it doesn't help me. But we can try this again. Let's see. Over to Tephra. Is it gonna crash again? Didn't crash, but now it doesn't work, so what's the point? I don't know why I can't duplicate the sub-resources, because that kind of ruins everything. Because that's the thing that I need to duplicate, so... boy. I mean, maybe it's just incredibly laggy or something, right? Maybe it's just I'm not giving it long enough to process. But I really doubt that. I mean, maybe it's drawing all those images or like creating them again. So resource, yeah. Like you're wondering what sub resources are? Let's try this really quick and just wait it out. Yeah, it's probably just gonna, I don't know. I don't know if it's doing anything or if it's just like something is instantly crashing the game. Yeah, so the sub-resources I'm referring to are the ones inside the material for each tile. So like it's stuff like the gradient image and the parameters and stuff. Those are the sub-resources that I need to duplicate. But I can't do it, so yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to draw in faded tiles manually, which kind of sucks, you know. Oh, so it did load? It's just really slow. But as you can see, oh, it doesn't even work. Whatever then, man, you know? I'm at an impasse. Yeah. It sucks. I want to be able to do it with the shader. Because it just looks good, but... whatever, you know? I gotta move on to other things. So we're just gonna remove that whole part inside of the shader then. Let's just select one random one. Okay. So we're just gonna get rid of the, let's see, the color.a thing. The buildings are on a fixed worldwide step. Can you divide that out? I don't know. The problem is like, if I have the bottom of the building go through another building, right? What I would ideally want is just it behind the other building to fade out. But then the issue is if I do it with like yeah, like modulo, it's going to it'll start to fade out, and then all of a sudden the building's there again. It's just gonna look weird. I know that that's gonna cause issues. I mean, it's a good idea. I wish I could do that, but I just don't think it's gonna work out. So yeah, I'm just gonna hide all that stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot. So hey, what's up, Robbie? Welcome in. Is this your first video game you made? Apologies if you already answered this. No, it's all good. This is not the first game I've made. I've made a billion games that never got released or anything, so... And then I also put one game up on Steam a couple years ago, Pogo Rocket. And this is the first Steam game, so Starground's, yeah. Starground's the second Steam game. But definitely not the second game. It's probably like the 20th or something. I've made a lot of random little projects in Game Maker and stuff. Okay, well, whatever. I hate to draw these manually because it's just stupid, but whatever. Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. I don't know. Maybe one day we figure out a solution to this, but... you know, it's not a big deal. To just do a quick little gradient. I'll just do like a 3-tile gradient. Should probably be plenty. Right, I mean, that'll look fine. It's just... it's the principle. You know, the fact that I failed. But whatever. So yeah, now I can just go in here and just go. Boom. I don't know why I did it like that, though. What? What is happening? Oh, that was in 3 tiles. I was like, what on earth? There we go. I wish I could do a longer fade, though. That's the issue with doing the tile set route, you know? Because I can't, like, I'm only limited to, like, 3 or 4 tiles of fading. Which is kind of unfortunate. Because I would love to do more. But I'm not going to dedicate, like, 20 tiles to a fade. Talking about doing the fade in the texture atlas. Yeah, what I'm doing, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it works. It's not ideal, but it does work, so, you know, it's fine. Oh well. I don't know, one of these days I'll come back to this shader and try and make it work. I don't know what I would do. I mean, one option, which probably would be bad, is maybe like a screen space shader or something, but screen space shaders are really annoying to do, so I probably wouldn't want to do that. Because like what I could do is grab the visuals of the building behind the shader and then use that texture, like turn that into just one big texture, if that makes sense, and then I do the fade on it, because it'd be easy. I wouldn't have to do any like conversions and stuff, right? But what are you gonna do? So yeah, it's still going to be solid behind these buildings because the fade is not tall enough. The other option is just decrease the size of the buildings and make it fade sooner. Which I'll probably just do then. Something like that. Then now in here it should be... Yeah, it's fading out a bit there. Still not enough, though. Let's try that. I mean, that's fine. I don't really like how it looks, but... that's whatever. Can't win them all. Apart from creating a set with unique shaders, bit of an enigma. I need to mess around with the tile shaders more, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely tricky. Tile shaders, like, this would be a really easy thing if I just wanted to do it on just one big texture, right? I'd be done in like 10 seconds. But it's the fact that I have to convert, like I have to grab these in terms of like global coordinates, right? And if I could set these individually with that parameter, right? Where I could say, okay, here's the position of where your coordinates should be centered around, then it's easy, but I just can't do it. So it just it doesn't have, you can't do like unique shader parameters per material, which really sucks, or per tile. So, and duplicating all the materials is super slow and stupid, so I'm not gonna do that because there's thousands of tiles. So I mean, I'm happy that I got this like overlay effect thing working, right? I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's like what we worked on yesterday was the shader will apply a noise texture on top of all the tiles in world space. So it looks really good because it just gives like each building sort of a random pattern, you know, makes it look kind of dusty and more broken down. So I do like that. And I even have like the resolution kind of scaled to the size of the other pixels and stuff. So I mean, you know, I'm happy that that's working at least. It's fine. One day I will get it working though. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of any other option for how I could do it, right? So, hey, Unoften, thank you for the follow. Because, like, you could have a color rect pasted over the top or something, and that has, like, an alpha. And then you could do a screen space shader where it grabs the screen colors behind it and applies the gradient. But that's kind of a bit stupid. Yeah, welcome in. We are currently messing around. That'd be me repeating 5 minutes commentary. No, you're all good. So what we're working on is, I have a shader on these buildings, and these are all tile sets. It applies this like noise texture on top, as you can see, and that works really well. I've got no issues with that. But what I wanted to do is make it so that as you get toward the bottom of this building, it fades away, you know, into zero transparency. And so I've been messing with that, trying to get that working with the shader. But the challenge with this is that tiles, like, if you apply a shader to a tile set, it's per tile. So instead of it just being like, okay, let's say our tile region is this, right? It's not going to be the whole thing. It's going to be applied to each individual tile in this region. And so it really complicates the shader, because essentially what I'm having to do is convert the like coordinate of the pixel into world space so that I can tell what part of the shader I should apply to it. It's kind of complicated. So I'm just trying to think of other ways that I can do this this fade thing. I had it working, or, you know, kind of integrated into the shader, but the issue that I kept running into was that it's fine if everything's centered around 0, 0 in the world, but then as soon as it's higher or lower, the gradient gets all screwed up because it doesn't like take into account the position of the tile set. So I was like, okay, that's not a big deal. I'll go ahead and apply the, like, record the position of the tile set and then give that info to all the tiles so they know where they are. But the issue is that tile set materials, like if you assign a material to a tile set in here, so like for example we've got this one on this one, right, this Tephra building shader, that is a shared resource. It's like a static resource, so all the tiles use it. So if I set the position of one of these buildings to the value of its position, it'll do that for every single building, and it doesn't work. Normally you get around with that with most shaders by just marking it as local to scene, and then it works and it's fine. But I can't do that with tiles because they're not like an object. It's weird. Tiles are kind of weird. Yeah, if it wasn't a tile set, it'd be super easy to do the shader, but it's just, it really complicates things. So I don't know, that's where we're at. I'm just trying to think of other ways we could do it. I mean, there is the screen space shader route, but I really don't want to do that because that just kind of sucks. And it also means I have to like manually go through and add it to every single thing, which sucks, and I don't want to do that. I don't know. Ugh. Well, design is on point. Well, thank you, Robbie. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with how this area is shaping up, I think. It's still going to need a lot more work. We have to go through and do the decorations, and or we're also going to have to figure out the whole zip line thing. Because that's what I want to do for the doors. That's going to be probably our biggest challenge, so. Yeah, I wonder if there's a screen view, scene UV you can access. Yeah. That's, right, like, I tried to find something like that in the shader. I think the only thing that there is, though, is, if I go in here. Bot in the last stream helped a lot. There's a model matrix and vertex, so you can get the world UV based off of those two things, but I don't think there's any way to know the actual position of the node. Because also the issue too, right, is like, it's not even the position of the node that, like, tiles aren't a node, so they don't have, like, node variables. So it's just, yeah, it's really hard with tiles. It's been rough. Can you have particles obscure the bottom? Yeah, like the bottom of the building. I mean, yeah, I don't know how I would set that up. I guess I would just have another particle emitter, but the issue is that it's just, you'll still see the edge of it. The reason why I like the alpha is because it just kind of like, it just fades in, out, you know? I think like stylistically it looks like, oh yeah, it's just like going down into the distance, into the depths. With particles, I think, it's probably gonna look kind of weird. Just seeing some random floating particles, right? Because it's gotta look like we're like on top of the skyscrapers, like high up. I don't know. Sounds like you have a pretty good beat on the solution. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't. I mean, at least, this fade works. What I did is I just drew the gradient into the tile set, you know? So, it works. It's whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try and find a better way to do the shader, or just a way to do the shader eventually, but this is okay for now. Can we review my mobile games? Just two, I need your opinion. Sure. Yeah, you're welcome to. Let me know when that's done. Let's see here. But yeah, I think it's time to just go ahead and start working on the other rooms and stuff, because I don't want to spend a million years trying to get this little gradient working. Not familiar with tile sets in any regard. Probably the one thing I've never done in my entire 34 years of life, yeah. You've been a game maker in high school? Yeah. Tiles are pretty useful. Definitely great for a 2D game, of course. They're just great because it, like, speeds up drawing. Like, to make a whole environment like this without tile sets, it would be really time-consuming because you'd have to go through and draw this whole massive sprite. And it also lets you do things procedurally too, right? Which is great. That's why I use tile sets. But yeah, they're pretty nice. I mean, the only thing that suck about them apparently is shaders, so, you know, keep that in mind. But most of the time they're pretty nice to use. Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. Well, what's next then? I mean, really, I think the next part is just going to be more rooms. Because this is just a stupid little square room. We need, like, more cool shapes. Do we even need the building to go down that far? If, like, more Isaac-type perspective would solve the issue. So you're saying, like, just, like, almost like a top-down view of the building? Or are you just saying, like, moving this fade up a little more, maybe? Like, moving it way up to, like, there or something? Because I could maybe see that. I mean, I know you mean by Isaac perspective. The thing, though, with that is it's, you know, it's inside. It doesn't, like, you can't see the outside area. And I don't think I'd actually be able to make this look like have diagonals down here. That'd be a nightmare with the tile set. So, I mean, yeah, it does just come down to, like, you know, stylization. It's probably fine just to do a tiny little fade here at the top instead of having to make it so long. Yeah. Maybe just so that you can kind of see it fade out. It's probably fine. It looks weird when you, like, really zoom out like this, but it's not going to be, because, like, the most you can zoom out is, like, something like this, I think. Here, if I say zoom limit true again. Right, so this is the maximum zoom level. So you won't even really see the bottom of the other ones. The only time you would see it is when you're on a zip line and you move across to the other building like that. But it's just a quick little thing, so it's not a big deal. No. Maybe some kind of node texture you can throw on with its own shader that can handle the logic a bit more encapsulated. So one option that technically does work and that I could implement is you can do a canvas group. And essentially what a canvas group is, it bundles up everything in that into one like texture. So it is really helpful for certain cases, but the issue with how Starground is set up is that if I put this tile set into a canvas group, it breaks every single room in the game. So I can't really do that, unfortunately. But it would be cool. I always want them to go so long you don't see the end or the gradients. Yeah, I mean, technically that's what I would want, but it's kind of tricky to do that, though. It'd be like really long then. Because essentially this one up here at the top would have to go all the way down to here, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think gradients are really our only option for the perspective. Yeah, because, I mean, the only other thing is if I just literally made the background a floor, right? Like, you could see the streets and stuff down below, but it's not gonna look good. I like being able to see, like, the other buildings in the background, so... I don't know. Yeah, kind of an impasse. Ugh, but it's fine. Yeah, the background perspective is a bit off of that too, like building tops angled. Yeah, it's really tricky sometimes to do top-down perspective stuff, because it's like, you're not actually going to spend the time to draw the entire area down here. That's just not practical. So really the only option is something like this. And I feel like this looks okay. A lot of games will do this sort of perspective. If you look at something like Stardew Valley, I think that's the best example, right? If we find... They do this... No, that's not a real... Where's that one place again? It's something point. Point. Stardew Valley Summit. The summit. This is how this looks in Stardew Valley. You know, so like the perspective is weird because you're like top down and this is flat, but then like the thing is on the side. Yeah. So I don't know. I think this is fine. I think it's the best way that we can get the idea across. With Starground at least, I'm making this more kind of top-down perspective instead of just straight on the side, so I think it's not as bad. I think it looks okay. So hey, welcome in, Oshik. How's it going? Also, sorry I missed this. Created FPS as no graphics as Doom in the 90s. Nice. Yeah. It's fine. There's bigger fish I have to fry, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a little visual thing that you're just gonna see for a tenth of a second, so does it really matter, you know? I think, probably not. Yeah, I don't know. Who has 2 thumbs and just watched a Minecraft movie? Me. That's crazy. What'd you think? What'd you think of the movie? I personally really like the Minecraft movie. Of course, I'm biased because I've played a lot of Minecraft. Objectively, it's a terrible movie, but I think subjectively, it's a great movie. So, it's a fun time. But it's also, at the same time, one of the worst movies I've ever seen, if that makes any sense. Can't help thinking about a solution now. Yeah. No, I mean, you're totally welcome to, like, if you got any ideas pop up in your head, definitely let me know, you know? Because, I mean, I'm still down to, like, try out things with this. I think I'm just gonna start working on other stuff, but hey, If anyone's got ideas, let me know. I'm happy to try them out, you know. And then are these all still just the... Yeah, we're good. Yeah, very funny, but felt short. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just... The plot of the Minecraft movie was incredibly bad. And ultra generic. And just the characters were ultra generic. But at least it was funny. Alright, the buildings in the back are gonna get bigger when you zoom in. I don't think I'll be able to do that very easily. The tricky part about this is like, okay, the game has dynamic scaling. So like the background's gonna have to work for cases like this where the screen is super tiny, or on the flip side where it's super wide. And so if I'm changing that sprite in the background, it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna have to I don't know, think about how to do stuff like that. Because it's the reason why it's hard is because it's a control node in the background, right? It's right here, this dust one. So like trying to change the scale of this is really tricky because it's like, I guess really the only thing I can control is the vertical scale. Right, which I can technically do, but I also have keep size on, so that doesn't really... See, it also does this. Right, which is kind of a problem. I mean, I think with this I can set the height lower then. Right, set it to 512 and then just scale that. But it doesn't, with the stretch mode, right, that's the issue here. It's on tile. So if I change the height of this, it doesn't actually shrink. It just kind of gets cut off. So anyways, you can see the complexity of this, why it's kind of really difficult to make it change size. But I would like to do parallaxing. It would be really cool. I just don't know how I'm going to do it with this setup. I don't know. There is a parallax node, but it's really janky to do in a control node, right? Because we were messing with it before. But it's really hard. Because, I mean, you can have, like, repeat and stuff on. But it just doesn't look right. Because I can grab, like, the buildings here. And I can set in here the repeat size, like 1024. Will be 512. But I don't know how to make it... Okay, repeat times. There we go. So, I mean, that does work for the repeating. And then I think what I can do is just change the scale of this to kind of, you know, go to the zoom of the camera. And also, if I have it like this, I can wobble it around, I think. Scroll offset, right? So that's one option. I could say like -64. So that lets me do a little, like a light parallax. I just don't know if it's going to look good or not, though. I mean, I'm down to try it out. We can, can't type. Create a control node here. And just call this buildings. Put this in the center of buildings, right? So transform is set to 0. Our scale is that. And then buildings, I can say anchored toward the center. But also for some reason, the stuff up there just doesn't go in the center, right? Like, why is it over here? This is one of the issues with this, this, like, parallaxing node. Is it's really weird. I mean, I can, like, control the position on this, but I don't know why the heck it's... Why is it offset like that? It doesn't make any sense, right? And I don't know how to move this back into a normal position. Because for some reason this node, this Parallax Studio doesn't have like a position. Right? I mean, I can change the position of this sprite, but it's really weird. I think I'd have to mess around hands-on with it when I get I think I caught up messing with it for 4 hours. Yeah. I cut myself off here on it. Yeah. Totally fair. But I appreciate it. I mean, I can move it to the center like this, but it's gonna be weird because it's like not actually in the center. I don't even know, man. Yeah, trying to mesh two regular old 2D nodes with, you know, this stuff is really tricky. Because I can say 1280 divided by 2, and then 720 divided by 2. But then I also have to subtract the size. Okay, so that doesn't work. So it has to be at 720 for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, it's very janky. And then see, this is the issue now, is when I scale this, for some reason, this is centered over here. I don't know why. I can move this. And I can set scroll offset to 0. Is that my issue? Okay. But now it's really tiny for some reason. Oh, because the scale. Okay, well, maybe this will work. I just don't know why scroll offset is the position of the parallax node. It's very weird. Anyways, let me read everything else here. Probably almost always advocate for some parallax. It is definitely nice. I mean, I totally agree with everybody. I think parallax is a good idea. It's just a question of, like, how do I actually do it there, right? But hopefully we can get this working. If this stays in the center, I think I can mess with this and then have it scroll and stuff a little bit. Hopefully. Tried to create it manually myself years ago and couldn't get it right, but it's such a nice depth polish to me. Yeah. No, I don't think parallax is dated. I think it's still like a really just good thing for depth, right? It makes the background look so much more interesting. So I think if we can get this working, it'll be a good idea. It's always going to be a little janky, but it's fine. And then I'm just going to say this, if dust.visible, then parallax 2D, we're going to map the scale of that to whatever parent. Yeah, get parent is the player dot zoom, right? Target zoom, and that's just a vector 2. So now what I can do, right, with that is just say target zoom dot x vector 2 1 1 times that, and we can modify that in game. And then the other thing is I can map the position of the player to how far the parallax goes. So we can say like parallax 2D dot scroll offset will be equal to get parent dot global position. But we also have to do this, global dot current region dot location. Right, so if we're already at minus 1000 already, then minus 1000 minus that should be turned into 0. So we're gonna mess with this. Hopefully it should do a little bit of parallaxing. Yeah, pivots in 2D are super wonky. Yeah. Scaling pivots seem to get messed up real quick without being careful. Yeah, my first experience so far. Yeah. They do get very wonky. I've been through this with the UI. The UI is actually using 2D nodes, for the inventory at least, the slots. And the reason I do that is so I can set the scaling. Like, you know, when you hover over an item, it slowly expands out and does that little effect. I do it that way with a node because if you do it with a control node, they snap to the pixels of the resolution of this and it looks really bad. But regular nodes are able to do like scaling on subpixels, so. All right, let's see what this looks like then. So it's gone. So we're gonna have to tweak these values until it's actually correct, because yeah, we can't see it. So let's go modify. So let's make sure that I'm doing this right. If we're at minus... Right. Let me open up the calculator. If we're at minus 40,000, right? And then I say minus 40,000 minus 40,000. That's ABS. That should add it, so we should get... Oh, there we go. Minus 40,000 minus 40,000 minus... So yeah, it goes to 0. So that should be fine. Get parent global position. We're going to print out what this stuff is, right? So we're going to print out scroll offset. Okay, so we can see what it is down there. I mean, that seems pretty normal, so I don't know why it's invisible. It's gone. Oh. It's just because I'm stupid. Right? No, that's the old buildings. Never mind, I'm not. It's okay. You like the parallax for the Y? Yeah, I mean, I'll probably make it so the Y parallax, like, goes slower. Just so that it doesn't, like, freak out. So we can see the value down there. It's not, wrong. But for some reason we can't see it in here, so I don't know why. Is it the zoom level that's all messed up or something? Right? Maybe let's print that out, just make sure. Snooze that ad. Oh, is it on... Okay. No. By default, it's on 0. I don't know. Oh, there's something going on with the scale. I think that might be our issue here. I think there is. Let's see here. No, I mean, the scale's only 1, so I don't know what's wrong here. Why it's just not here. Right? I have the camera 2D following my player around the map right now and haven't sorted out the proper way to use control and labels to stick to the camera viewport. Yeah. If you want, like, it's really easy to just... You just want to, like, plop a UI on top, right? Like how I have the hotbar and minimap and stuff up here, where, like, it's kind of independent of what the camera's doing. It's just pasted on top always. Because it's really easy. All you have to do is just do this. So, create a canvas layer, and you're done. So, yeah. And it'll just... Whatever you put on the canvas layer will just match the screen. So yeah, canvas layers are super, super nice. Basically, a canvas layer, just think of it as like the screen coordinates, right? So if you do stuff in-game, that's going to be in the world coordinates. A canvas layer is saying, actually put this stuff on the screen instead. So yeah, really helpful for stuff like this. Like, I have the background on a canvas layer. That's why it's just kind of following, like, locked inside of the camera and stuff. Are you setting the parallax to world origin? It should... no, because it should just be the local scroll. I don't know, it's really weird. I don't know why it's just invisible, or like where it is. Is it just... Because it shows that the scroll value is like pretty normal down here, right? That's what's weird. Because this is what the scroll value is. It's almost 0. And so... The scroll offset, I mean, I'm setting the right value, right? Yeah, I'm saying scroll offset is that. So I don't know what's, why it's just not here. Yeah, man, this is always the frickin' problem with, But let's click on the player. We can, like, click on this and see where, right? So if I click on this, I think I can click on... Let's see here. Does it need to be on the player location without the region offset? No, it should just map to the node that it's under, which is this buildings node. As far as I know. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually know. Right? Dust, I don't see anything in here. Do I have to open the dreaded remote view? Probably. Whenever I open remote view in here, it just freezes like this. And it just keeps freezing over and over and over. It's really frustrating. Maybe we just have too many nodes. Yeah, I'm just gonna filter to a type. What type do we want? What type? Type node 2D. That's gonna be every node. I don't know why I can't actually sort by type. If prefix with T... I don't know, does it need to be lowercase? Yeah, I don't know how this type filtering actually works on this. Hey, Skelos, what's up? You did it, it's done, let's go. Nice. Yeah, filter by type, that's what I want to do. And then I just want to search for, like, character body 2D or something, right? But it doesn't work. What type does it mean? There's only one type, it's just node. Everything should be a node. Type resource. It just doesn't work. I don't know how this works. Whatever. I'm just gonna have to deal with the lag, I think. Oh, it sucks, dude. I gotta wait for the freezes in between. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, I'm almost there. I just want to see, like, the position of this, because maybe it's just not the value I think it is for some reason. God, this sucks. Okay, I finally selected it. Game. Godot. Come on, let me look at the stats. Can't believe this, guys. Alright, we got an ad starting soon. Just a warning. I don't know why it doesn't even show up on the right now. I'm clicking on it. And my headphones also just turned up. What's in the errors? I'm sure it's still that. Controller worked. Nice. I'm glad to help. Yeah, I didn't really know about canvas layers for a little bit, and then I realized, like, oh, these are pretty cool. So annoying. I don't know what's wrong. You know? Like, it's here, it's in the UI. So why is it, not here? I mean, maybe it does need the player offset. It wouldn't make any sense. But maybe it does. Maybe I just set it to that. No. I can't, well, I found it in the remote thing, but it just doesn't, work for some reason. So, yeah, it shouldn't matter, because it's on a canvas layer. It should just map to 0. So annoying. I know that the scroll offset is at 0, so why is it just not here then, right? I'm just gonna set move speed super high and we're just gonna run around. Just in case. See, move speed. No clip true. I know it's not gonna show up. See, it shows... Okay, it does show the screen offset over here. The scroll offset. I can see it for a second, and then it disappears. No, and I can't really click on it here, so... Right, that's the value down there. So when we go back to the starting room, it goes to 0, 0. Right? But I just don't see it anywhere. I can zoom in and increase the scale. It's set to an enormous scale right now, and it's just not here. No, I mean, the scale is just like a 1, so, right? Like, it should be okay. There's nothing that I'm doing wrong with the numbers. It's not being rendered in front because I can see it here. Like in here, so I know that it's not. It's so annoying, man. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just temporarily disable that stuff, I guess. Just to see. Restart the game. And I just want to see if it's here. Because it should just be right there. It should be in the center of the UI. And if it's not, then I don't know what's happening. Because for some reason, I don't know why it gets messed up when we go in game, right? See, it's not there. Why? Why is it not there? Is it just because of our global position, you know? But I'm not even changing the position, so it shouldn't matter at all. But if I go back to 0, 0, just for fun, for some reason. Is it going to show up randomly? What? What's even happening? I don't know what's going on. Is it because of the limits? I mean, those are set to enormous values. I don't know. Follow viewport is on. And what if I turn that off? See, now it's down there. It's like actually physically in the world, which is not what I want. I do want it to ignore camera scroll. Oh. Weird. Screen offset, huh? Okay. Yeah, I think that's our issue. Now, if I set the scroll offset here... Okay. Weird. Yeah, I've never messed with parallax stuff, so I don't really know what I'm doing. But now, if I do this, it should work. Alright, so if we teleport back to where we were... Yeah, see, there we go. And then now it scales with the camera level. Oh. Obviously, we're gonna have to mess with these values. Right. And I don't know why it moves like that. I guess that's because it's set to the player position rather than the camera position. I think that's our issue also. So we should change that. So I'm gonna say... instead of getting this, I'm gonna say get parent dot Like, I need to get the position of the camera to get node. Camera. Dot global position. Let's try that. That still seems to be weird with the position stuff. I mean, like, I don't know why it does that little wobble, right? I mean, I'm just grabbing the current position of the camera, so it should be fine. But it's not. I don't know. Then for some reason it's scaling on the like bottom left corner. Because I don't know why, but it's centered around there. Right? Why? Oh, it's probably because screen offset was... Okay, well that fixes that issue. Oh, okay, but then as soon as I move, it gets reset. Doesn't make any sense. What is happening, dude? I don't think these nodes are really meant to be used on, you know, inside of UI. But I don't know. I'm just gonna forcibly set that to 0 every time. See, what is it doing? Why is it like... What? Right? Is it just because of the position? Like, it always scales around... I think it's like it's scaling around... Really weird. Scroll offset. So if I'm like over to the right, I think it's... Yeah, see, it's still changing from like 0.0 or scaling from 0.0. Right? So the only time it scales properly is if I'm in the center. So basically, I think what I want to change the camera, the screen offset to, is whatever the scroll offset is. So I think I want to say screen offset is just equal to the scroll offset, so that the center of it will always stay where I actually am. I might want to do, I think I have to do negative, yeah. Okay, that doesn't work either. Yeah, I probably just have to subtract the difference. But the difference, like, this is always at 0, so... it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to think of why... Actually, it's probably just I have to divide it by 2, because I think it's, if you want it to be in the center, then... No, because that doesn't really seem to do it. It's really weird, man. It's kind of working, though, a little bit. Just wants to go off in the corner. It's because it's always centered around the center of my screen, right? Or like, you know, whatever the scroll offset is set to. So if I go down... Right, it's really weird. Maybe what I need to do is instead of scaling that, I just scale the sprite. Right? Like, what happens if I just scale that one? So that's what happens. That's really weird. I don't necessarily want to lock scale. It's pretty easy to lock the scale because I just stopped changing the scale right here. But I just want it to look right. Right, because now it's fine, the scaling stuff. I still don't know why the moving is really weird. Like, why it wobbles, right? Because I'm setting it to whatever the position of my camera is. I don't know why it's doing that wobble. It would make sense if my camera was like, I don't know. It's like the position isn't updating on the camera, or... Because it should only map to what the camera position is, right? Let me print out what the position of this camera even is, because maybe it's not doing what I think it is. Like, what is the position of this, right? Because it should be lerping towards 0. Okay, so it's just always locked to 0. So how am I going to be able to tell how the camera's smoothing then, right? That's kind of my issue right now. Actually, I think there might be a function inside of camera nodes to grab that value. I think it's like get target position or something. Screen center position. It's probably this one. But I don't know. Let's see what that's printing. Okay, so that's printing the camera position in terms of global world coordinates. Which is interesting. I mean, it works. I can just also offset that because that's what I'm doing. So I just say get node, get screen center position, like that. Then does that fix my issue? It does. Okay, so that works. That stops the little bounce thing, because now I'm actually getting the adjusted position of the camera, like including the, like not the actual technical position, but the position of the view, right? If that makes any sense. So okay, so now it's just a matter of modifying these values, which is pretty easy. Literally all we have to do to change this offset, right, is just say, I'm not going to worry about the screen offset stuff right now, because obviously that's odd. I don't know how to get that working yet. So I think I'm just going to divide that by my scale value. So maybe we say for every 1 pixel we move the background, or for every 10 pixels we move, the background moves 1. So now you can see what that effect does, right? And it looks good. I just have to keep fine-tuning things here. Scale of that should stay at 1. Scale of that's at 1. I don't know why it got so tiny. I don't know what changed, right? So that the scale of that isn't set to 1 anymore. Let's restart the game just to make sure all these values are reset, because I don't know. All right. So what's the main takeaway here? If you want to get camera position, use the function to get the camera coordinate. Yeah, it was just the scale was all screwed up. What's the other takeaway here? Parallax does look cool. I mean, it's looking good, right? I like how this looks. So I think it'll be fine. What's the other takeaway? Maybe just don't even mess with scale. Because scale causes lots of issues. And then now I don't know what happens with like screen resizing. Okay, it still looks okay. Like it doesn't get all warped. So we're actually good then. So I just want to see what it looks like when we move around more, right? Because one thing we do have to be weary of is like the buildings completely going out of view. Like if we go all the way up to the top of the dungeon, right, is it gonna like disappear? Which it looks like we're fine. I don't think we can get to a spot where that even happens. So I think we're fine. And I can probably decrease the number of repeat times now. Maybe set that to 5 instead. Probably doesn't really matter. I'm sure performance would be okay. But yeah, because we'd have to go extremely far out, I think, for it to matter. Yeah, I'm probably going to do another layer now that this is working, right? So yeah, technically I have 2 layers, but I don't really count that. It would be good if this just extended all the way down, like dark, to prevent any weirdness from happening. But no, I mean, it looks good. So yeah, what I think we could do is separate these front buildings into a different layer, then maybe even throw like another one in the back that's kind of very very dark. You can't really see them very easily, you know? I think that would look pretty good. And those ones would be smaller, probably. Maybe I'll actually increase the size of these front ones, like they're closer to us or something. I don't know. But yeah, now that this is actually working, we can do all sorts of different things. Hello, boss. Imagine if you were a boss and you saw this. I can't even get close to him. Okay, there we go. No. Just tapping my keys. I think he's still gonna crash, isn't he? There's an issue right now, I think, where if the dungeon doesn't have a second level, the game will crash when I kill him. Yeah, watch. Yeah. So we had to fix that. It's not a big deal. Basically, I can just say, as long as we actually have another level. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to say global dot right regions table. It's actually a function for that. I think I say mod API dot get region from ID. Yeah. Dungeon region. I'm just gonna say if that dot like get levels or whatever. Then if I go to regions table, rooms. And then I don't know if I can run size on a dictionary. I'm not really sure. I'm just gonna say if it's at least greater than 1, then we do this stuff. And what I actually need to do is, I think, subtract that from, so I have to say global dot dungeon level, right? Or global dot current level. So if we're on, or no, but this is per dungeon, so we're just gonna say dungeon level. So let's say we're on level 1. We're gonna say size minus 1. Just mathematically making sure this is correct. I'm making this change so that we can kind of do, you know, different, potentially 3 or 4, even more levels. So let's say we have 2 levels. And the current level we're on is 0. So we're going to say 2 minus 0, which is that, which is 2, which is still greater than 1. And then let's say we're on level 1, then it's not greater than 1, so it's not going to make another door. Okay. So that works. That just prevents him from creating a door in dungeons like this that don't have another level, because then it's just going to instantly crash the game, so... Okay. Cool. So let's mess with the parallax a little more now. We can add another layer now. Separate those front buildings out and all that jazz. So let's go do that. I did actually do that before. So I'm just going to do that. And I guess we'd only really need this gradient to happen on top of where the buildings are, because the background will fade out anyways, so it doesn't matter. Then we've already got the front building, so that's the back, the front, and then we can create another layer behind it all, right? And I'm just going to make it the same size. So this is going to be basically the same kind of idea, but just smaller. And I think I'm just going to make all these ones this color. We'll see. We'll mess with colors. I might make the front ones like brighter. Maybe even change the color of the back ones. I don't know yet. So if these ones are normally 32 pixels across, I'm thinking maybe doing like We could do half size to 16. By the way, I almost didn't ask about the canvas layer thing in chat to not bug you or chat about it, so I really appreciate quick help. Yeah, no problem at all. And the miss of Russian game jam stuff. Oh yeah. You know, I always you know, love to help people with stuff like that because it's so easy for me. You know, I just have to say use a canvas layer. You know, the flip side is you having to struggle through researching, looking at YouTube videos, and trying to figure it out, right? So it's good. That's why I always encourage people to ask questions about stuff because odds are it's probably something I've ran into before. So I think it's just helpful. Let's see, what does this look like? Okay, that is basically that color. Well, if that's the case, I'm probably gonna swap these out. Oops. It's basically the same color. Slightly different. I thought this one... Oh, I was grabbing the wrong color. I was like... Yeah, no, it is a different color. It's not that different, though. How do I want this to look? I want these ones to be very, like, not very noticeable, right? Because the whole idea with the very back layers is going to be in the distance, and they're just going to be kind of like... I don't know. Not something you're going to be really looking at very closely. Or probably just do a little bit of a darker layer like that. Right. And that's probably it. Like this, the whole idea of this back area is it's going to be very, you know, simple. And I think this size is this at the 250? No. Okay, so this is okay. Yeah. So I'm just going to copy some of these around. I don't think the pattern really matters too much. Do something like that. Okay. Pretty simple. So I'm just going to call this Tephra Buildings Back. And then, let's see. I'm going to close that one out because we don't use that anymore. Oops. This is Tephra Buildings. Not front. Middle. Yeah, I don't know what this is going to look like with parallaxing. We'll have to see. And then this is going to be Tephra Buildings front. I wonder if, like, the buildings moving vertically are going to cause a lot of issues, right? I mean, I guess what I could do is lock the vertical parallaxing on some of these, or at least make the vertical parallaxing on them consistent. I don't know. We're going to have to see. So now I can just copy these different layers. So this one's going to be... right. Middle. Then this one will be back. And front. So this one is going to be swapped to Tephra Building Back. Tephra Building Middle. And now I can also just set these sprites back to their native resolution, which is kind of nice. Not Buildings Front, Tephra Buildings Front. So hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so that's the front. That's the middle. I don't know why the middle ones are so big. Are these upscaled? No. Ooh. Did I do the wrong one? Tephra Building Middle. Oh, something's off. Okay, so we got the back, the middle, and the front. Why are the front ones so huge? Okay. This one needs to go back down to 128. There we go. Okay, let's take a look at that. So they're all going to be super tiny right now. That's just because we have to set these repeat sizes back, because now it's only 128 or whatever. What is the horizontal size of these? Don't actually know. 144. Same with middle. Same with front. Okay. And then now I should also be able to like offset them, right? So like if I want the fronts to be different, I can just say add a little bit to the scroll offset like that. So yeah, no, it should work pretty well, I think. So what I can do is increase the scale of these, which I probably will do. I guess I'll just increase scale to 4 on all these sprites. And then reset the sizing on here. 144 times 4, which is 576. There we go. Check it out. So now, shouldn't be too hard. Can't even see where the back ones are. I guess technically I could offset this image in here. It does technically work. And then same with the front. I guess I can just offset it down if I want. I don't know. We'll have to see if that works. Alright, so now we're going to go in here and we're going to settle this stuff. So I'm just going to have a list of all the things probably. I'm going to say var nodes, right? It's going to be this one. I don't know why that says parallax 2D. That should be now back, middle, and front. And then for eye and nodes, oops, we do all this stuff. And I'm actually going to make these arrays so that I can control the parallaxing factor. So I can set for some of these the parallaxing to be greater or smaller. Welcome back, Oshik. And then right here, I'm just going to say data at index 1. This will be data at index 0. Okay. So normally I have that set to 10, which I think was a pretty good value. But so what I can do, I'm probably going to set the back ones to like something like 20. Set the middle ones to 10. Maybe the front ones to 5. It's probably going to be too fast, but let's just see what it looks like first. How bad is the tile sets for the need of help? Well, I guess the title has to do with shader stuff, right? That's the issue we were having. But I wasn't really able to get any of that working, so we're moving on to parallaxing now. So it is what it is. Actually going to do that to the buildings. Yeah, I'm probably going to change the middle buildings to be more of a in-between between the front and the back, right? Basically just shrink the scale, because I think if we go from 32 to 24 to 16, that'll be a nice like size gradient going toward the back. Let's see what this looks like. Hopefully it works. I also do have to be a little careful about performance. I don't think this is going to be that slow, but, you know, something to keep in mind. Sick. Now that looks pretty good. I think the, oops, no clip true. I think the multiple layers is really cool. Right? Is what it looks like. And then as you get down, these buildings, like, prop up. Now, yeah, one issue that we're gonna have to work out is that, because they tend to, the Y values are kind of janky. Yeah, I think the front ones probably just move too fast in general. So I think I'm gonna go maybe down to like 8 or something. Or up to 8, whatever. Yeah, that's a little better, I think. Alright, so we're almost there. I'm just gonna modify some of these. I think the back could probably... I don't know whether to brighten it or darken it. I think I'm gonna brighten the back. So we're gonna copy this color. This song goes so hard, guys. It goes so hard. Yeah, that's what it looks like brighter. I think I like that better. Fits in better with the style of the buildings. And then I'm just gonna change the middle layers so they're gonna be a little smaller. Maybe I'll actually copy the... I don't know. I don't know what I want to do for that. It's probably fine to keep the front ones dark because they're kind of like in the clouds, right? And the smoke, the dust. Not smoke. Yeah, then just edit the middle one to be smaller. God. Music is awesome, guys. Thank God we invented it. So that's gonna be the new size. It's not too messed up. I think we can fix it. It's awesome. I want to do more someday. Do it up. I encourage it. Making music is really awesome. I wish I was like better at making music. Of course, it's easy to say that, but I think one thing that I wish I was way better at was like jazz theory. I mean, I do understand, like I'm very familiar with like classical stuff because that's the music I would play so much of on piano and stuff, but I wish I understood more about like how jazz works, right? Because jazz is really cool. And honestly, most of the sounds I enjoy are jazzy sounds. You know, I like crazy, wacky chords and stuff like that, so... I don't know. It's never too late. I could learn some jazz. It probably wouldn't be too bad. I mean, you know, I imagine, like, the theory part of it, I mean, I'm sure it's hard, but I bet it's doable if you already know how to play an instrument. Hey, Devninja, what's up? How is it going? I just need to feel it. Yeah, that's always the struggle with music stuff, honestly. I feel that anytime I try to make stuff. It was really hard to make the Coal Keeper track, because it was just like, oh. I don't know, it's hard. But yeah, it's always just really hard to stay like motivated and just come up with cool ideas, you know? It's a very creatively intense process. You'd think it wouldn't like be that hard, but it's really hard. Still doing smile maps? Yeah, I'll show you what we got going on in a second. I am just drawing a background here. I'm editing the background we had. We added some parallax stuff, and it looks pretty good. I'll show you what we got. I'm just changing the middle layer because I thought it felt like it was a little too big. So I'm just going through and I'm gonna make this the buildings a little smaller, right? Something like that. It'll get the job done. Yeah, I tuned it earlier today. We'll discuss the parallax effect. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you what we've got. It's going pretty good now. I think I've kind of solved a lot of my issues with the parallax that I was having, so that's good. But yeah. Let me just resave this really quick. Tap for buildings middle. Yes, replace it. And we should be good to go now. So that should shrink the middle buildings. It'll just help kind of bridge the gap between the little tiny ones in the background and then the front ones. Yeah, that looks nice. I like the size scaling, right? Because the front ones are the big guys and then shrinks down in the middle and tiny in the background. So that looks pretty good to me. That honestly does look kind of good. It's not bad. Cool. I wonder if I should decrease the alpha of these particles so you can see the buildings a little easier. Maybe I should. It's pretty easy to do. You just go down to the alpha curve, and I'm just gonna yoink it down a bit. Just so it's not so dense down here. Yeah, it just helps to be able to see the buildings behind the dust a little bit, I think. Yeah. So this is what we've been working on, is parallaxing with the background. I still have to adjust a couple things, like one issue is that these buildings, as you can see, get cut off. I think the secret to that is going to be exactly what we're doing here, which is fading them into darkness. Just so that it blends in with the background, right? So just do that. And yeah, just something like right there. Then cut everything else, resave it. And then if we go in game, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, just helps fade things down into the darkness down there, right? So you don't see the edges of it. But no, I think that looks pretty good. And then the front buildings are there, which is nice. Now, the only issue that, yeah, it does happen is when the buildings are like this. I mean, technically, the dungeon can go this low. It's not impossible for it to, so it means that you see, you know, the gradient down here, so I'm probably gonna have to change that around a little bit. Yeah, desk smokes at the bottom of each room. I don't know, we can see what that looks like. I don't know if that's gonna be the vibe that I want to go for, but maybe. So I think what I'm gonna do, honestly, is just double the vertical height of these buildings, right? And I'm just gonna stretch them out. So hide the gradient. We're gonna redo the gradients on all these, so this one's all screwed up. Okay. Bop, resize it back down to its normal size. And canvas size will double. Same with this one. And this will just help fix that issue, right, of it. Of being able to see the bottoms of it. Jose, sorry I didn't see, but welcome into Blotto. What's up? How's it going? I know these look really stupid, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. What I'm going to do is just copy this. Right? And then we'll just move this all the way down. You aren't actually really going to see the bottom of these, right? Like, the whole idea is just for the weird case where you might see a little lower than you're supposed to. But it's not like this is going to be a normal thing. You're not going to see this enormously long building like this, right? Alright, so that one's good. I'm going to resave that. We will have to do the gradient again. So let's do that. up right down to there. And just make it so these aren't really in the gradient. Just put it somewhere like that. All right. Doing pretty good. How about you? Yeah, I'm doing good. Just working on Starground. Getting this new dungeon area set up. I wonder if I should add one more building to the front. I feel like it does need one. You know what I mean? Like, I think like that. Yeah. Then this one, I'm just gonna copy. Tephra is not a sky. I mean, technically it is kind of like a sky dungeon. It's gonna be, at least the first area is on top of what's the word? On top of skyscrapers. So you are kind of up in the clouds a little bit. The other levels of this dungeon, I'm planning to do at least 2 and probably 3. It's going to be down on the surface, and the third one's actually going to be underground. Yeah, so it's kind of like dust, like a dust storm down there. But I could see how it kind of looks like fire. Honestly, it is also fire, because the middle area is going to be magma. So yeah. No, I mean, it's actually fine. That's why I didn't like change it, because I'm like, well, it is actually fire down there, so maybe that's a good thing that it looks like fire. But yeah, there's gonna be lava down in the middle layers, so whole idea is that you're at the top, go to the middle, and then bottom is it's gonna be underground in a glass cave. I don't know if I'll really be able to get all these regions done in time for the update, because it's a lot of work, right? Even just doing one of these levels is an enormous amount of work, as you guys can see. We have to draw buildings, and backgrounds, and tiles, and enemies, and weapon parts, and that's just the drawing part. That's not even the having a program at all, right? So it's really time-consuming. But eventually... Alright, so let's see what this looks like now. Everything's gonna shift up, because we have to recenter the images. Right? It's gonna go... whoop. Yeah. No, but I like that with the taller buildings. It's like you can, I don't know, it looks more populated. So we're gonna have to change the positions of all these, right? We're just gonna move everything down by, like, let's just say plus 128. Because that's what happened, yeah. So just like that. No, that looks cool down there. There's only this one little sliver right here, which is annoying. Yeah. It would be cool if it was all buildings down there. Let's see, what could fix that sliver? Because it is annoying. It doesn't matter, because since this is parallax, new openings will show up anyways, so there's always going to be a couple gaps. Alright, let's see what this looks like then. Alright. Looks pretty good. Oh god. Supposed to be 10. And then zoom limit false. Alright, so this is what we're working with. You got the buildings in the background. Those actually need to move up even more, I feel like. The back. Let's move that one up by another, like, minus 64. Or minus 64 again. Just so we can see them. And I think the other ones might have to move down a little more. I think plus 32. At least. Let's see. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So yeah, we have parallaxing set up. Yeah, it doesn't look like the positioning stuff will be an issue anymore, because you can go about here, which is really far away. I mean, we're all the way over here. Essentially, the dungeon could be just a straight line, and it'll probably still be okay. So I don't think that's going to really be an issue. Worst case scenario, if it is kind of a problem, we can just I don't know, what could we do with that? Something. Yeah, it's fine. But it's good for now. I just don't want it to be like a super common thing. And then as we get higher up into the taller buildings, then you just see the background. Like the ones in the distance. So yeah, this looks pretty good. What do you guys think? I think the parallax definitely helps add a lot of depth to this region, you know? Just makes it more interesting. And like, you won't really notice it like super heavily as you're moving through the dungeons, but it does, I think, help add a lot of atmosphere. It sells the idea better that you're on top of buildings, so yeah, that'll work. Yeah, I guess the next thing then is going to be probably the zipline stuff. So one thing that I want to do for getting between these dungeon rooms, right? The whole idea is that you're on top of the buildings, so it doesn't make sense that there's just a door that goes into nothing. I think it'd be really cool if it was like a zip line between the two rooms. And that's how you get across. So yeah, it's gonna be annoying having to get that set up because we're gonna have to draw a line in between the two. So I don't know how we're gonna do that. And also with multiplayer, I guess we'll probably just use like the rendering server, or not the rendering server, but like a maybe we do a draw function on the dungeon node. I don't know. That's something we're gonna have to figure out, so. Or we just add line 2Ds to the doors, and then set the connection of the door to draw to the other one as a line. So that actually does work. Oop, I accidentally went to the boss room. Yeah, obviously we're gonna need a new boss room. It's gonna have a different boss. The boss that I want to add is, it's gonna be a centipede guy, right? So, I think it'd be a really fun kind of gimmick if, also, yeah, it looks like we're good on that now. I think it'd be a fun gimmick if the centipede guy, like, crawled around the building and stuff and, like, dashed into the player. It would just be a cool concept with the sort of taking advantage of the dungeon layout that we have here, the vibe. So I think that could be pretty cool. You'll have to like dodge out of the way of the dash. It's gonna have like a red arrow or something, and you have to go whoop, whoop, dodge the arrow. And then once that like phase is over, I imagine he'll like, you know, come back up on the side or something and wobble around, and maybe like he slams down or something. I'll have to think of different attacks. I don't really know yet. But it would be cool. And it would be really cool to do like second phase stuff too. It's funny that these kind of look like faces, you know what I mean? It looks like that's the mouth, and then it's like two eyes up, like a happy face. Yeah. Ah, man. Yeah, it's coming along. I would really like to implement the tech we learned here on the first dungeon. Because it'd be super cool if I could just paste like a moss, right? Like make it look all mossy. Humans like seeing faces? Yeah. They do, they do. Skyscrapers look like they're skeptical. Yeah. Like the windows look like eyes or something. Yeah. He's like... The yellow ones, not the orange ones? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Sky what? Skycrappers. Nah, it's all good. Easy spelling mistake. I sure hope they don't. Alright. And we're gonna need a new exit room. It's gonna be basically the same thing, just with the Star Launcher. It would be cool if there was like some thematic things that I kept consistent across dungeons. Like, what if this shape is like an iconic thing that means Star Launcher or something, right? I don't know. And then I just use that everywhere. Possible. Who knows? Challenge everyone to try German. I would do an absolute terrible job of that. I would mess up everything. Oh! I died. No. It's okay. I didn't need that stuff anyways. Skateboard. Oh yeah, the dungeon is gone. I fixed the bug with April Fools, by the way, guys. It was set up where it was always April Fools by accident. So that's been fixed. Imagine you create your own game, you know, all the enemies in and out and you die. Yeah. It's okay, guys. I'm not very good at Starground. I guess I'm not bad at Starground, but... Hey, Maxilus, what's up? A game. I'm kind of forcing the player to move the mouse in a circular motion at this point. What is the circular motion thing for? Is that for like... Yeah, I need more context. Is that for the reloading? Like you do, like you draw a circle with the mouse and that's how you reload your gun? It's just for rotating the gun? I mean, I think that's fine. Right? Just using the mouse for like the rotation of it. I mean, that's what I do in Starground. I mean, it depends. If your game relies really heavily on precise like movements and stuff, I mean, I could see like the possibility of like snapping, like you could still use the mouse, but maybe snap the gun position to certain like degrees. So maybe it like snaps to every 45 or something, just so that it's a little more reliable on like knowing what direction you're gonna go in. It's possible. I don't know if that would be, I don't know if it would be a good idea or not, but it's one idea. But yeah, I think using the mouse is fine. I mean, the only issue is it does kind of, I don't know. I mean, not really. You can get that working really easily with controller. You just map the rotation that you used to do with the mouse to analog stick. So I think it's fine. I don't really see any issue with that. Yeah. Yeah, how is your game going? Okay, we're gonna have to do all these decorations. I think Dylan said at one point they were going to draw some trash and stuff for the new zone. I don't know if that's in progress or where that's at. Completely refactor the entire gun and input handling. Nice. Cool. Yeah, I hope that goes well. I'll have to try it out again once like you've updated stuff. I'm gonna send a DM. Give me one moment here. What is all this? Alright. I got a DM. Max is asking, how many automation planets do we want in total? How many do we want? I mean, we've got Viridian and Tyria. I would probably say like 4. At least to start out. 93? That would be insane, dude. But I think 4 is a pretty good number. You know, maybe 5. But I think I can fit in everything I want in 3 and 4, probably. I mean, I don't want to drag it out too long, right? Because Viridian is like starter zone. Then you've got Tyria. Introduces more complicated mechanics. I like the third one being the gas giant as sort of a challenge zone. And then the last one would be like a really dangerous, like high-tech area. I don't know exactly what would be on it, but probably some kind of like exotic material that you need for endgame stuff. That's like where you would finally get into like Dyson Sphere stuff. Are you in the stream, Max? But yeah, I think 4 is probably pretty good. And we can always add more later if we want. Yeah. I need to send Dylan a... Oh, thank you for snooze the ad. Making us less like hell for if you have your air shot left. Yeah, turning the closer arms a different color. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. I like just little visual indicators and stuff above the player, because it's like you're looking at where your player is, so it's just a quick little thing of like, okay, I can see. Because I do that a lot with Starground, like when I roll, you can see the little stamina bar and stuff, right? And also now when you pick up items, I have that float above the player. So that's one option. But yeah, I also like the idea of like changing color, or it could even be a thing of like, I don't know. Whatever you do, just make sure it's very visible. It can be hard to tell. Like maybe it's obvious to the person that drew it if you like change colors on the player or something. But it can be hard to tell, especially for colorblind people, if you're doing like color-based stuff. So it is nice to have like a shape change or something very like visually obvious if you're doing that. So yeah, Viridian start, Tyria is costly. Question mark, gas. Yeah, I don't know what that planet's gonna be called yet, but some name for gas or wind, storm, I don't know. And yeah, the 4th planet, I don't know yet, but I want it to be, I don't even know what I want the 4th planet to be yet, yeah. But something that would have a lot of, like, tech on it. Or that you could make a lot of high-tech stuff, right? Maybe like, I don't know what the end game material is going to be. I'm thinking some kind of like gem or exotic material, exotic metal, mithril. You know, something very, or maybe some kind of energy crystal thing. I don't know yet, right? Exotic butters. Yeah, I think that's the secret. Plasma. Could do plasma. Or plasma guys, yeah. Because that would, like, set you up for, like, fusion reactors. Well, the 3rd planet is probably going to be for fusion reactors, right? Because I imagine with the gases, we'll have some kind of machine that takes a lot of power, but it converts the gases, it ionizes them into plasma. So that would work, actually. Because I do want to add fusion reactors next. We did nuclear, now it's time for fusion. Burian Deliat, maybe. Evil plasma. Yeah. Flatulon. Yeah. What's up, Vatican? Quartz ruby, quantum something? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I will have to decide on that. But there's a lot of ideas. Doesn't have anything to do with Bury the Light. Is that a game or something? What's that? Bury the Light. Game. Bury the Light. Virgil, who's that? I feel like I'm like 80 right now, and I don't know what the Zoomers are talking about. DMC. I don't know. Oh, Devil May Cry. That's why I don't know. Okay. What's next? I know we need to do the zip lines. I'm just like afraid because it's. I don't know how I'm gonna set it up. I mean, I guess it's not really that hard. We're just gonna swap out the door sprite for like a, you know, a little zip line sprite. So we can mess around, find out. Let's go into here. We're gonna create a new line 2D and call this zip line. Default color will just be black right now. And then it should be pretty easy to do this. Basically, we just say on ready, right? And then we have TP position, so I know where to connect the thing to. Thank you for snoozing the ad. So we're just going to say zipline dot points is equal to an array of vector 2.0, right? And then we have to say TP position dot to, or just to local TP position. I hope. We're gonna see what happens. Might not work at all. Who knows? Hopefully it just draws a little line between though, and then if it does, it's really easy because then we just make a little animation for the player of them sliding across. I just do a little tween and make them slide between the two rooms and we're done. So hopefully. What is this? Virgil. He's in a chair? So this is Virgil? Okay. So this is the devil that may cry? Oh, is this like a movie or something? Yeah. Crazy. Let's see, guys. Oh, why does it look like that? The vertical ones are good, but the horizontal ones are weird. I think it's because the teleport position is actually lower than it is. So really what I want to say is not that. We do have teleport position, but I need like... I think I'm going to change teleport position. Instead of having this plus offset plus dir, I'm just going to say global position. And then when we actually teleport the player down here, right? That's where we do it. I bought it at global position, TP position, plus offset plus dir. Because then that way I can actually get an accurate position of where the other door is. It's cutscene for the game, okay. I need to get better at whistling. Guys, I don't know why it's not working. So what's going on? So this is going from this point, and it looks like it's going over to this one. But for some reason, this one is different. So is that the one coming from here, or is that the one coming from here? Because one of these are correct. which is really weird because you'd think they'd both be correct. Yeah, I know it's drawing 2 right now, which is fine. I'm just trying to figure out, like, because the vertical one's all good, but for some reason the horizontal one is definitely off, and I don't know why. Because theoretically, they should be the exact same. It's probably because teleport position is... Because, like, the... Okay, no. So the 0 position on the door is there. Well, then that doesn't make any sense why this is there. Oh, it's probably because I'm offsetting the vertical height of the door. Right. But then why is it going there? I guess it's saying that teleport position is actually above the door. Why is it that like that? There it's fine, but then over here it goes like way up above the door, which does not make any sense. Yeah, this is definitely odd. I think I'm just identifying an issue with the doors. I don't even think this is a problem with the lines. So... Because what is this doing? It's saying TP offset, TP position, plus offset, which, yeah, should just be 0. So if it's left or right, offset is... For some reason, offset to -24. I don't know why. I don't think it should be that high. I think that should be -16. And the down and up doesn't really matter. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I don't know. There could be a lot of reasons why. I don't think it's because the sprite's flipped. Because it's like a separate sprite. It's not actually just a flipped variant. Yeah, it could be like a weird global position thing, right? Where it's like converting the global to local is causing some issue. I don't know. Let's see what this looks like, though, that offset change. Well, the lines will be the same, but the teleport position is still wildly off. And that's what the weird part is to me right now. Also, it doesn't make any sense why only one side of it is like that, right? Because if I go in this one, I teleport up here, and I don't know why. Unless I just have something wrong with these rooms. Maybe, like, the right one is weird or something. Up, down, left, right. I mean, they're all the same. There's nothing in here that I've changed. I don't know. This is a weird issue. Top door's wrong. Well, that's... Yeah, I mean, we'll fix the line position, but I'm actually just looking at this as like a thing to see where the door offsets and stuff are, right? Because that's the interesting part to me right now. Also, we got ads. I'm sorry. It's like, why does it go there? It's really weird. Something is not right. Because going through there, let's see. Yeah, I just go to where I should be, but for some reason, going left through the door, I'm going too high, and I don't know why. So, that's really weird. I don't know how that even happens, right? Because we have offset, we say area position. Is it because of this? Because I'm changing the position later or something? And so, when it actually comes time to grab the position of that, no, that shouldn't matter, though. Really weird, man. Offset is just the teleport offset, right? Because down here, when I say teleport, I say offset plus direction times 18. So offset is just going to be... It'll start at 0. Out of curiosity, what if I get rid of all the offsets? It's probably going to cause issues, but... Ooh. Okay. And I know that doesn't affect the line position, but I'll let if I try to guess what else. Yeah, the else if syntax was. Okay. Yeah, LF is it. See, that's like good there, so I don't know what the offset is even doing. This is weird, guys. Because if I go left, I spawn, I teleport to the position I want to be in. So why is offset a value that I'm using? Is it gonna mess it up when I go through the other side? Yeah, because see, then I go to the wrong side. Something's wrong. Something seriously wrong. Just to confirm that the points are like where I think they are, I'm gonna do this, right? I'm gonna set this one to global position and TP position to that. Just to make sure it's not any local business that's causing issues. Ads are over. Sorry, everybody. Apologize. This is a really weird issue. This is probably something that's been in the game and I just haven't realized, right? Because I've never drawn lines between the doors. So, it's very weird. Yeah, no, so that definitely is like a real issue. It's not just like a weird local transform thing. Like, it actually just is offset for some reason. So I have no idea what's going on with that. Okay, so obviously there's a pattern to it. Because it's always broken on the next door in the chain, right? So, like, for example, we have this. Like, this is the correct position here, and this is the correct position here. It's flipped. So I know that it's something to do probably with the dungeon building script. So when I go through here, for some reason it's saying that our spawn position is here instead of here, which is not right, right? So let's go figure that out. There's probably somewhere in here where I'm doing that. Maybe. Because it's in generate, right? We say neighbors, connections, and all that stuff's fine. Here's a fun life hack that I love when watching an ad. Put the scrap mechanic radio music on and try to narrate the ad you're currently watching. Yeah. It's a fun mini game. Also, welcome back from the ads, yeah. That's a good way to deal with the ads. Just make them stupid. Connections. So that's with all the connections. I mean, that's just with the doors. I mean, maybe it's something in here. This is where I'm checking if the doors are valid. And down in here somewhere, right here, I say get door direction. Doors, get that. I don't like set the teleport position though, right? This is quite a peculiar scenario. And there's all the old dungeon generation. Why oughta... I don't know. The only thing I could think of is the time in which these things are happening. Because this will immediately get teleport position, and so maybe what it is that it gets the position before the doors are correctly set down here, like with the position and stuff. But left and right have the same offset, so it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't change anything, right? Ah, I think I know what's going on, guys. I just have to wait on... Okay, so what's happening is because the doors are going in order on creation, this is grabbing the position of the other door before it's had a chance to actually set its type and configure its position. So that's the issue. I just have to change that behavior and we should be okay. Very weird though. And TP position will always sync, so yeah. How many lines is the longest script in Starground? Oh boy. Thank you for that, Hydrate. I don't know which one the longest one is. I mean, some of them are really long. The player one is very long. Right, so the player one is 2,219 lines. Pretty long. I know that the multiplayer setup one is pretty long, but I don't think it's as long as the player one. Yeah. What else is pretty long? Those are definitely like the biggest, longest ones probably. I mean, global is pretty long, just because it's, you know, does a lot of stuff in here, but it's not like that long. Some of the tables are honestly probably really long. I bet the buildings table is like really long. Okay, it's pretty long, but it's still not longer than the player. Yeah, I think the player is the longest script in the game. So, 2,219. You get paid by the number of lines? Yeah, I wish. Well, I don't wish. That would suck. Get punished for making good code. Nah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here I would love to clean up, right? It's just because there's so many things in Starground, it starts to really add up, you know? Because it's like, I gotta do all the functions and stuff for the weapons and for the fishing, and, you know. I could separate it out into other nodes and stuff, but honestly, is it even worth it, you know? Because then you have to do cross-node communication, and most of the time, it probably doesn't even help, so... I think, it's okay. A lot of code doesn't necessarily mean that that code is good or bad, right? Because it's so easy to artificially decrease or inflate the number of lines you have. The thing with the player is I have a lot of the code broken up into multiple functions now, and so that adds on more lines. Because that also, for every function I add, that adds another 2 lines of just empty space. And, you know, the other part is that my code sucks for the player. I'm aware. But it's just hard to, it's hard to simplify stuff without accidentally breaking and things and losing functionality, so... I think it can be one script, every function can have its own script. Yeah, right? Exactly. You can make your code lines super small. And also, I have big chunks of things that are just commented out. I don't even need this anymore because I changed the player stuff, so that just dropped like 30 lines. So, you know, that's the other part of it too. But one of these days, I think once Starground is more stable and, you know, I'm not adding a bunch of new functionality to the player constantly, I'm probably going to spend some time to go back through all this code and really simplify the player script. Yeah, if you know that later, I know. I have a bad habit of always like commenting out things like that, like in the dungeon code. I have just a massive block of the old dungeon code, so yeah, right. I mean, I don't really care too much about it. It is what it is. Leaving your version control, yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I do have version control set up for Starground, of course. I know I could just go back through and copy the old code again, but I don't know. But yeah, whatever. It's probably for future you, yeah. Commenting as my preferred versioning, yeah. Nah, I do keep you know, push builds all the time for Starground, so to GitHub, so it's always nice to have that backup, especially if something catastrophic happened, like you know, my computer breaks or explodes or something, and now Starground's gone. That would kind of suck. So yeah, definitely version control is a nice thing to have. Actually serious about that? Yeah. No, honestly, I totally know what you mean. It's kind of like a nice little, you know, little dopamine boost. When you know that your new code is working, so you can get rid of all the old commented out stuff and it looks all nice and clean. Yeah, it's kind of satisfying. By PCS, you mean the directories? Oh boy. No, I don't do that. Like, I have GitHub set up. God, that'd be terrible. Imagine, like, I exported a copy of the project for every build. Like, I would just be like, what the? Oh no, it would take up so much space on my computer. As a solo dev, do you just work and commit to master? Or do you make feature branches and merge to master? I just commit straight to master because there's not really any reason for me to. Nobody else is programming the game, so I mean, I could do all the branches and stuff, but then I'm just gonna have to deal with my own branch conflicts. The only time I'll make a branch is for like specific stuff. Like I have a branch for the demo, for example, which is way out of date. But that's the only real use case I see, is if I want to make like an alternate version of the game, right? Because otherwise it's just whatever I do in the game, I'm just, yeah, go ahead and add it. 2017 when I did my apprenticeship, yeah, they emailed new versions to each other. Oh boy. Emailing versions? That's so bad. I don't know how people could not use GitHub, you know what I mean? Or just Git. It's crazy. Thanks for the question. Yeah. That's insane. I don't know how people, like, how did people even develop things together before Git existed? You know what I mean? I mean, I guess you just have to, I don't know, transfer the stuff over. Or maybe everybody just, like, accesses the same files on, like, a centralized server. I mean, I guess I could see that. But, man. Use Subversion or CSV? Yeah. That's crazy, though. Archaic times. Yeah, I'm glad Git exists now. Definitely makes things really easy. I mean, of course, you got to worry about conflicts and stuff, but, you know. Yeah. SVN and Mercury were pretty popular back in the days. Yeah, I've never heard of that, to be honest. Mercury programming. And then we got, yeah, SVN. Apache Subversion, okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so I guess there's other options. I guess that was probably all local, right? Because these days it's all just like in the cloud on the internet. I guess they used to probably have like, yeah, a centralized server with that installed to manage all the source control stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Before VCS even existed, you had to host an FTP server publicly available and the world mirrored it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the only way you could do that. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Crazy how people used to get around things like that. I mean, you could say the same for almost anything. Like, how did people used to entertain themselves before computers and stuff? I don't know. Right, so the issue that I identified here, I already said, but we can fix that by just delaying when we actually set the teleport position. So all I'm gonna do is just say on here, call deferred. Let's do this. I don't know how I can I set something to be like a deferred? I don't know if that works. How would I do this? I mean, I know I can create another function for it, but that's kind of stupid. Whatever. So I just do that, and then I say set TP position dot call deferred. So that should fix our issue, I think. But let's go double check and see. Yeah, interesting little bug. I didn't know that was like a real thing. But I'm glad that I accidentally found that with the zip lines. It's kind of, I don't know. It's crazy to see stuff like that you were so sure was working, you know? Oh, actually. Because it's like, whoa, that was broken this whole time and I had no idea, you know? I gotta restart the game. Alrighty, let's try this out. Continue. I hope this works. Let's see. Okay, so that just broke everything. Interesting. So why would that break everything? Because I say set TP position. Oh. No, it's not that. It's just that I didn't set the zip line. So it did probably work. I just, yeah. Yeah, it means there's technically a delay for the teleport position stuff. I don't think it'll be an issue, because, I mean, I'll have to double check on this stuff, but you know, if dungeon level, like, how do I know whether to do the boss doors or not, right? I guess it's something that gets defined up here. I think I do that in the dungeon generation stuff. So it should be okay. Because nothing in here, like, this will happen. It's not going to happen on the frame it gets generated. That would never be possible. And even if it did happen, you just teleport back to the position and it doesn't even matter. So I think we're okay. Let's try this out. Jeff. There we go. Okay, so problem has been fixed. Now our little offset variable actually matters again. And that should already be set up down here. Yeah, plus offset. So we're good. So let's go make sure it all looks good though. All right. And then now that that's set up, we have to get the player animation thing for zipping across the line. Is that why they call it a zip line? Maybe. Yep, we spawn in the center of the door. Not spawn, teleport. And then let's just check the vertical. The vertical should be unchanged, but yeah, we're good. Get away from me! Okay. And then, yeah, so if we go in here, yeah, we spawn right there. So cool, I think we're good. The only one I didn't check is the going down. We'll just kill this guy and then go check that really quick. Die. So if I go down, it should be fine. Yes, cool. Bug fixed. Can I ask you something about doing business with Steam? It take 30% of taxes and stuff. How do you make any money? Sell 400k and end with 20 back. No, it's not that bad. I mean, they take, you know, they take their cuts, but you get a lot more than 20k back. I mean, yeah, the truth of it is that Steam does take 30%, and then you also have to take into account, you know, lost earnings for sales, and also for like returns and VAT taxes and all that stuff, right? So you do end up with a lot less money that people actually end up spending. I think really the rule to go by with that stuff is on Steam, you, after everything and taxes and all the stuff, you usually end up with about 50% of your money. And I know that sounds really bad, but Steam is kind of, if you want to make money, you got to use Steam. So you don't really have a choice, I feel like. I don't know. For what Steam offers, with all the servers and everything, it's really not that bad of an and it's not really an expense, it's just a cut. And also the thing to remember too is if, say that your game does blow up and you make a bunch of money, that percentage actually decreases. They take 20% instead. So I honestly think Steam is extremely fair with their percentage that they take. For all that Steam does with marketing for your game and stuff like that, it's really a good deal. Yeah, it always sounds scary, and I know some people have like an irrational fear of Steam taking all their money, but I mean, I don't think that's a good way to look at it. It's not a case of I'm going to sell 200,000 sales or whatever, or I'm going to make 200k, right, on Steam, and then I only get half of that. The way to think of it is you wouldn't even make the 200k if you weren't on Steam. Maybe you'd make 50. And then you probably only end up with like 70% of that. So you really got to think of it as like Steam is an investment. You do lose a percentage, but it's a percentage you wouldn't even have in the first place. So, because I've seen a couple games recently, or a couple developers, the people that made Vintage Story purposely decided not to put their game on Steam because they didn't agree with Steam's cut. But I just think it's so, I don't think they understand how reasonable that cut is. Exposing your game to the largest PC gaming market is a huge deal, right? If you're selling a PC game, you really don't have any other choice. I mean, you can put your game on itch and stuff, but the market, the number of people on itch that are buying games is such a small percentage compared to what Steam offers. It's pretty insane. And yeah, that's the other thing too, is I don't use any other game launcher other than Steam. Like, I don't buy stuff anywhere else other than Steam. And I know a lot of people feel that way. And it's just because Steam is a good platform. It's not a publicly traded company where they have to appease their shareholders and stuff, right? It's a private company. They have a very small number of employees, you know, for their earnings, which means they don't, like, Steam is not a greed-focused, a profit-focused company, which is what's so great about Steam. Is the changes that they make are actually, they don't always make a change on Steam just to make more money. A lot of the time, it's just to improve user experience, and that's the kind of company I think I'd want to associate my game with, right? So, yeah, they usually play made, don't run well, yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, Steam is greater than all, yeah. Like, not doing Steam is pretty much not a choice unless you're like a huge stupid like Rockstar. Yeah. Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, yeah, it's, I really wouldn't, don't let any of the percentages or anything on Steam scare you away, because it's not actually that much. The cuts that other stores take are more than Steam. Like Epic Games, I'm pretty sure takes even more than 30%. I don't know what the actual number is, but game store cut. Let me check on this. Okay, they actually take less, which is interesting. But that's also the thing too, is like, you're not gonna make any money on Epic Games. And also, I don't know what the process is of putting a game on Epic Games. I think most of the time when you put a game on Epic Games, they require an exclusivity agreement, which kind of sucks. Steam doesn't do that, which is nice. So you can put your game on Steam and then just put it wherever you want. There's no rules. So I don't know. The game recording any release doesn't work all the time. That doesn't matter so much. Yeah. Yeah, you do have to pay the $100 entry fee, but I'm actually really glad Steam does that. Steam doesn't do that just to turn a quick profit. It's basically just a way to filter out garbage, right? A lot of platforms like itch and stuff will just let you put whatever you want up, which is nice, but it means that the platform is flooded with garbage. And yeah, it kind of sucks sometimes. But on Steam, if you have to pay at least $100, it immediately filters out all the people that aren't very serious about it, or just doing some random garbage to try to make a quick buck, right? So, yeah. And yeah, you also get it back. If you make at least $1,000, you get the $100 back too. So it's not even like a permanent charge. It's just basically a deposit. Yeah, right. It also it really increases the security of your games too, because people probably won't spend money to put the game up for stupid stuff. Yeah, like malware. It's just a good idea all around. Yeah, the free thing on Epic, you have to make enough money on Epic Games, and then Epic Games comes to you and asks if like you want your game to be, you know, the free daily deal or whatever. So, yeah, you don't really get to do that unless you're doing pretty well. $100 for malware. Well, that's the other thing is Steam will never have malware because they do a manual review process, which is great. Because they load up your game and they check everything, and if there's anything suspicious, then yeah, you get an epic fail, and then your game doesn't get published. Now, technically, there is some issues with the Steam review process. One thing that you could do is put a game up that's totally safe and normal. Don't do this. PSA to everybody, this is a bad idea and probably against terms of service and also legal trouble. But you could put up a safe game that seems fine, and then after you've been reviewed and the game is on Steam, then you can update the game with your malware. So that's the only vulnerability I see with like the Steam game process. I mean, you know, I wouldn't worry about it though. If a game does have malware, it's probably not a good game to begin with, so nobody's gonna play it or buy it. If you know you can affect thousand PCs, $100 is pretty low. Yeah. Do free-to-play games get back the $100? I don't actually know about that. That's a good question. I imagine if you make like enough through like the trading cards and stuff like that, then you probably would, because that counts as earnings for free games, right? So, but if it's just totally free and you don't have in-app purchases and stuff, then you probably wouldn't. That's probably a good thing. Yeah, it doesn't apply to mods. That is one of the big risks with mods. That's why in Starground I have my own like checking for stuff. That's why I require the mods to be exported as plain text, so that you can't encrypt your files and put malware in them. Because then what I can do is I can read through and I ban certain functions, right? So like if I see that you're accessing the file system, then I exit out, or any networking functions. If I see that anybody's using like, any HTML stuff or making any online requests, I don't let the mod load. So it's a good way to make sure the mods are safe. It's not foolproof, and there are ways that you can get around stuff like that, so, you know, keep that in mind. But, yeah, it is a good idea to do stuff like that, though. Most of the time, nobody ever runs into issues with that system, because it's only looking for really specific things that are bad. And yeah, I don't let people use any OS functions, because that lets you do, like, .execute and stuff, which is, that's bad, so... Yeah, I think any game that has mods, you gotta make sure that you do, like, you check the mods, right? I mean, yeah. And there's a lot of other ways you could do it, too. I know that we talked about, initially when we were going through the mod verification process, we were discussing, like, the possibility of, like, having, like, a trusted list, right? Of mod developers, so you can be like, this is a developer that the, you know, a mod developer that the game developer has reviewed and has given like a check that this mod is safe. So that's another option too. But that is a lot of manual work. So I guess that's, you know, one of the downsides to that. I wonder if I can create more windows with the Starground mod. I think you can. I don't think there's any functions against creating another window. Or like if I ban any of those, so you probably can, yeah. I don't know what the other window would like do, but it'd be cool though. Alright, so this is our zip line. I think what I'm gonna do, what you can do on these, right, you can do tile and then you can put a texture in for the lines. So I'm just gonna create a quick little texture here. It's gonna be 3 pixels tall and maybe 5 pixels wide or something. And it's just gonna be a basic little zip line texture. Right, something like that. Now I actually do have to do, let's see. I'm gonna clamp it to this, crop it, whatever. So that should work. So I'm just gonna call this zipline. And then if I load that into the texture thing here, right? I do love that the sprites and stuff update live now. It's very nice. You do have to create the sprite first, but like if you resave a sprite and it's already loaded into the engine, it updates the file, which is really cool. Yeah, since this is a new one, I have to restart, but it's fine. Then capping. I don't think we need any of that. I'll say, what's up, Zen? Didn't see you. How's it going? I don't know why I didn't set to the texture. It did. Wait. Oh no, that was a mushroom. Texture mode is on tile. I'm not sure why it doesn't seem to work. We could preview it in here just to test it, right, and get this working. So here's our, is it because of the default color? It is. I knew it. Now the texture mode though does not seem to be tiling. I don't know why. Oh, texture repeat enabled. How do I do that? Oh, do I have to enable that on the zipline texture? Graduating 2 days. Let's go. Congrats. That's awesome. My birthday 3 days after. Awesome. Yeah, congrats. It's pretty awesome. Oh, it is very nice to graduate and be done with it all. Unless it's high school. But it depends on your plans. Yeah, college, okay. Yeah, it gets really tiring. Very glad I don't have to do school anymore. Yeah, I'm trying to look for the texture, like, The line 2D node must be canvas item with texture repeat enabled. So where is that? I'm just trying to look for where that is. Texture repeat mirror, texture repeat enabled. Is that something that I have to set with code or something? Visibility. I thought it was, oh, here it is. Repeat enabled. There we go. Check out the zipline, guys. I'm just gonna kind of make it look like rope. Oh, you still haven't, oh, you haven't applied to any colleges? Yeah. Yeah, I just went to the one closest to me, honestly. I thought about, like, checking out other colleges and stuff, but honestly, they're so expensive, it's like, is it even worth it? You know, I just decided, nah, I'm just gonna go to the cheap one next to me. And there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, the only thing that really matters, I feel like, is just, you know, you're there to get your degree, so I don't see the benefit of wasting all your money, thousands and thousands of dollars on an expensive one. Of course, it's different in different places, though, right? Yeah, I mean, cheap. It was $50,000, but a lot of places, if you have free education, I would definitely take advantage of that. But yeah, some places have really expensive education, so what's cool about these lines is what I'm doing right here, where you can add more points to it, right? So we could technically make the zip line kind of sag down if we really wanted to. That's something we could try out later. It's a good plan. Most people don't care about where you went. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's important to just get the degree and not go broke trying to do it at the same time. Right. So I'm just going to say in here if dungeon region. I do have that variable in here, right? Oh, this is on the door, so I have to say get parent dot dungeon region is equal to Starground region Tephra. Then I'm gonna do all this stuff. Okay. So let's go see what that looks like in game. It should be good to go. I know there's 2 zip lines on every door, and I know it's technically, I don't know, minor performance impact, but I don't think it matters. I've had a couple of interviews with pretentious companies that were like, well, you work contract because I was an Ivy League. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's stupid. I think pretty much, I don't know if you necessarily get a better education going to an Ivy League school, right? Like, I don't know. Just because you were able to afford more money, like you could pay more money, does that mean that you're gonna be smarter? I don't think so, right? So why is this not working? Oh, did I not set it to be visible again? Oh, I'm just stupid. College is scam unless you're going to be in a very technical line of work. Yeah. I think for a lot of things, like, it's not always a great idea to go to college, you know? Like, yeah, obviously for something where it's, like, very technical skills, like, I think it's definitely a good idea to go to college if you want to be a doctor. You kind of have to. But, like, I don't know. I think, honestly, I really value, like, the practical experience. You know, I went to college for programming, and it's fine. Nothing that I learned there was bad, but at the same time, it's like, I've also learned a lot by just doing it. And for some jobs, I think that work experience is probably more valuable than anything else. So, yeah, I think it just really depends. I don't think college is always like this, you know, you must go to college and you will get a better degree and income, because that's kind of almost not even the case a lot of the time anymore. as unfortunate as that is. Maybe in older times, a degree meant more, but now it's kind of the expectation, so I don't know. It doesn't even really help that much. Like if I was hiring somebody, you know, to work at Big Boy Games or something, I wouldn't worry so much about the degree experience, because I think what you are able to do and what you have done speaks way more about what your actual skills are. Getting a degree doesn't mean that you actually know what you learned. It could mean that you just used AI all throughout your college education and you have no idea what's going on. It could just mean that you're very good at being deceitful and cheating, right? So I think, like, it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, also like you're saying, yeah, I think it's... Instructors are so important for university. It's insane, the difference. I've had a lot of classes where the instructors were great and I got a lot out of them. But then I've also had a lot where the instructors were absent or they were so like resistant to change. I had one instructor that was so insistent upon not using any technology. All the tests and everything was on paper, and it was a nightmare because I don't know why. It was what the reason of that is, right? The class was linear algebra, and he wanted us to do all this stuff on paper, and it sucked. It was really bad. I think the issue is, like, what you want to get out of a math class is what are, like, I know how to add and multiply. Doing that on paper doesn't make me better at linear algebra, you know what I mean? The thing that I really missed on that class is, like, the opportunity to actually understand the concepts. It was just so much sheer calculation, I barely even understood what I was doing because I didn't have any time to learn. So yeah, that was a terrible experience. It really depends on the instructor and how they teach and also how they set up the class. Because some classes are just a mess, a nightmare. So, yeah. I think for a lot of industries where it's kind of office-y, then interning is probably better since you get to see the workplace firsthand. Yeah. Yeah, I think for a lot of things, I mean, obviously for any, like, very practical job, if you're going to be a welder, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to get a college degree. Just go start welding and get an internship, because that's how you actually learn. I mean, I think it's good to learn some of the, like, the science and concepts behind it. Like, if you're going to be a welder, it's probably good to do some research on what is welding and how does it work, and, you know... But I don't think it's going to make you a good welder just understanding the facts about it, right? And in a lot of ways, it's just like that with game development, too. You can learn all the theory on how to make a game and, like, the different, like, ways to structure the project and all this random info, but until you actually do it and, you know, start making those decisions for yourself, I don't think it's very helpful. Want to be Dr. Hawk for blood? No, Crayer hired. Yeah. That's probably what it was like 100 years ago when, you know, nobody cared about health and hygiene. But, yeah, it's good that things are a little more strict these days. Okay. So the zip line is there. We have to fix the offsets because obviously it's, like, down right now. It's not a big deal. You just have to push it up if it's on the left or right, which we can't actually do if we just know the, like, down here, the direction. Honestly, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say if, right, dir, if ABS vector 2i, I'm going to cast it to a 2i so it rounds, is equal to, oops, vector 2i, 1, 0, then we know that it's a horizontal door, and so we're going to say node.zipline.position.y plus equals minus equals 16. So let's go check that. And I could change that to use like, there's like shorthands on these vectors. There's like vector dot right and vector dot up, but I'm stupid and don't know how like the rotation of those, so I'm not going to use them. I think right is technically 0. It's really weird. I don't know. It might be 1, 0. I don't know. But this works, right? So now the zip lines are offset 16 pixels up. I'm probably going to do that even more, though. I think offsetting them to right is 1, 0. Okay. So yeah, technically I can just do dot right here instead of actually writing out the vector. So kind of a small thing, but I guess it's semi-helpful. Okay. So Tephra should be 2 tiles up. Yes. So now we just have to swap out the door sprite to like a little zipline thing, and honestly the ziplines visually are basically done. The only other thing after that is just going to be the, you know, the animation of the player. Instead of instantly teleporting them, I think what I'm going to have to do is set a tween of their position inside of the door, which is probably something I can do. Let's try it, just out of curiosity, right? Because what we have here is this, but I think we can say if global, or if region, is this the door? Yeah. If dungeon region is equal to Starground region Tephra, then we know that we need to do the zip lining. Otherwise, do that. So here we're going to say get tree dot create tween. Our tween is that. Then now we're going to say tween dot tween property of body, and we want to tween their global position over to our new value, which is that. And let's say over the course of, I don't know, 2 seconds to start. We'll see how long that takes. So let's see what happens. I don't know if this is going to work. Whoa. Okay, so this is something we're going to have to fix, though, is because it does this where we just start going between the two. We have to have like a cooldown on these doors, right, or on the player to say that they're marked as like inactive. Because otherwise, yeah, this is, you know, bad. I also think that speed is way too slow. I think we should do 1 second. So 1 second actually seems to lerp it enough, which is funny. Or like it overshoots it just enough so that we don't end up in the collision zone of the door again, which is kind of funny. So technically that works, but if we run at a higher or lower FPS, it's going to instantly cause issues. Like I bet if we run really low, it's probably going to break. Yeah, I don't know, maybe not, but I don't want to take any chances. It's not a good idea. Then these edge cases, yeah. It's kind of funny. Boing, boing, yeah. Not a bug feature, yeah. Wouldn't it be cool if there were some rooms that take a whole room or two to travel across? That would be pretty cool. The only issue that I see with a system like that is just, integrating that into the current way that dungeons work. Because right now, right, it's sort of like move across, like everything's a grid. Essentially all this zipline is just saying like move over to the next room, just like the doors. It would be really cool. I don't know how I would make it work. I mean, one option is just to have a room that's like a very tiny little like temporary stop in the zip line, you know? And maybe that could be a room that spawns in these areas. Basically, it's just a room without any enemies, but it's just kind of like a little, I don't know, a little stop in the zip line. So that's one option for doing that with the zip lines. I should probably make the player move across the zip line at the speed that they entered in, right? But also, I guess I could see an issue where if you slowly walk in, then it's gonna take like 1,000 years for you to get to the end of the zip line, so that's probably not a good idea. Unless I clamped it so there's like a minimum speed that you move across. So I could probably say like, you know, minimum speed of 2 or something, just so you don't like stop and it's inches along. But then if you roll into it, you go way faster. It would just be kind of cool. And I could also get that set up for all the entities. Because yeah, all I would really be doing is just checking what your current velocity is. So I think we could do that. That's so cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's kind of awesome to be able to zipline across stuff. Then we're also going to have to know the distance between these two, which is not a big deal. Basically, all we say is just what's the distance between our global position and where we're teleporting to. And that way, like, if the zip line is really short or really long, we still go the same speed. It's not going to affect that. So let's go ahead and grab, like, we're going to say body dot current velocity, I think. And body is going to be a type of entity. Oh, I see. If it's not an entity, then return. Thank you for the spin. Thank you for the cheese time. It would be funny if when the cheese hit my head, it made a little sound. I don't think I can apply sounds, though, to particles, unfortunately. Oh well. Maybe there's a way, though. Maybe I could, like, because I know there's, like, spawn on collision. I don't know. Well, you can control your speed on the line, like you can increase speed by pressing the button. Yeah. Cheese goes through the chair. Oh, yeah, I have to actually add the collision shape to the chair. I forgot about that. That would be cool. The only reason I'm not going to do that, though, is because it's, it would cause issues. Because basically, whenever I enter through the door and start the animation, that marks that room as being entered. If I somehow, or if I change that behavior, so like when you enter a door, you don't actually enter the next room, it would cause a lot of issues. It's definitely a cool idea. It would be awesome if that was like something that I designed from the beginning, but I think it's okay to skimp out on that feature just for simplicity with this. Because the thing too is like, I don't know if I'm really going to use the zipline mechanic in any other dungeon rooms. Or any other dungeons in general, so it's kind of a waste for me to spend a bunch of time working on cool stuff for a thing that's only in one area. But yeah. Adagon did not make their skin yet, no, so... I don't know. Adagon's really busy with stuff. They've got school, I think it's finals week or something now, and also, you know, working on the Down to Jam website, so I don't want to bother them about it. Just whenever they get time, you know. Okay. So with this, I'm grabbing the current velocity. I think I have a variable in here, an entity for current velocity. Because I have to do that, I have to sync it. Velocity sync is what I'm looking for. So I'm going to say body.velocity sync. I saw the redeem was accepted. I didn't actually accept it myself, and maybe that was an automated thing, unless someone else did. But yeah, it has not been implemented yet. Wonder if you could live 2D yourself and your chair to Godot and make the collision update real time. That would be awesome. I don't know how I would do that, because I'd have to have some way, like I'd have to have an algorithm that's scanning the pixels on the camera. I mean, technically it's possible. If I put the camera input in Godot, I could read the pixel value of where I am. The only issue though is it would be kind of like a 2D collision shape. It wouldn't actually be my 3D body, so I don't know. Hey, Bralic Lion, what's up? How's it going? It's going pretty good, yeah. We are working on some new dungeon stuff. We've got these zip lines that you use to go across between the rooms, so just kind of getting that set up right now. Yeah, it's going good. So I'm just gonna grab dot length. So that should return the speed at which we're moving, right? And then all I'm gonna say is we have to get the distance. So that's gonna be global position dot distance 2. And honestly, it's not really that. It's gonna be the body dot global position, right? To the position of that. So now what we say is just our speed over time, so distance divided by speed for the time. So if we have a distance of 10 and our speed is 2, then it should take 5 seconds. Yeah. And then we can tweak those values so it's actually correct. Let's see. Going very slow. So now if I roll... Oh, I'm stuck. Oh god. Oh! Yeah, this is why we have to clamp the value. So I'm gonna say this. Clamp F. Minimum is like 2 and maximum is infinity. What do I do about this? I think I'm bricked. I gotta quit. Yeah, my heart actually dropped when I read Battle Pass like a few days ago. Yeah. Nah, don't worry. I'm never gonna add any garbage like that in the Starground. Zipline looks great. Well, thank you. Yeah, still just kind of getting everything working. Hopefully that'll be cool. Just taking a game dev break for dinner. Nice. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, so since we rolled through it, we went way faster. And since we just walked, it's pretty slow. But that definitely is really slow, though. I think, I don't know. I mean, I have the clamping on the speed to 2, which is at the very minimum, right? But maybe I also multiply this value by 2, just to double the speed at which you move across. Or maybe not 2, but like 1.5. Maybe I set that a little higher on the speed. So somehow my speed is like really small. I don't know what happened here. Try Live 2D. That's what most VTubers use, and the face tracking is built in. Yeah. Live 2D. I don't know how I would integrate this into Godot though, right? Is it Live 2D Cubism? Is this what we want? Tsunimika Carvel stage? Yeah, I don't know. Love the hard code. for the door or what? With the region ID. Snack Studio, I can look at that. It's open source. Yeah, I would like to get it set up so you can use zip lines. Maybe I'll make add another variable to region. To the region table, just like zip line is true or false. Just so if you want zip lines in your dungeon, you can. So this is it, huh? Okay, it is written in Godot, so that's interesting. Yeah, so they have face, blend shapes, and hand tracking. So yeah, I mean, if this is open source, it's possible that I could grab parts out of it and put it into our overlay. But also, it's kind of a lot of work, because most of the time I'm just like this. I don't move. I'm not like going like every 2 seconds. So I don't know. Probably make an ultra-realistic model of yourself in Godot, and the one also on stream while you're in the background with tracking dots all over your face and 3 cameras monitoring your every movement. Yeah, that's a great idea. That sounds like a lot of work. Oh god. See, why does my speed get set like really slow? I don't think it should be doing that. I'm gonna print out speed because it shouldn't do that. VTuber when? I don't know. Oh, come on. Hurry up. I thought I clamped the speed. Oh, you know what it's probably doing is integer division. Make sure that's a float. Why is V2 really be awesome? Come on. Go. Yeah, we got an ad coming up. Nah, don't snooze it. No. My speed is 6. Why is it so slow? Is it just because my velocity is like really small? Because velocity is the number of... My velocity... No, it's a static number. I'm not sure why it's so small. Let's go back to the dungeon. I think I just need to clamp it way higher. I guess velocity length is like, way larger than I think. It probably is. Let's see if I go fast. Oh yeah, velocity is 150. That's like way more than I thought it would be. So, okay. Then that means we need to clamp that to like... I don't know, 100 or something, right? Hi, gambling to Starground. No, we already have the fountain, yeah. There we go. That's still really slow. Yeah, the latest version is 12.1.2. It's a small little patch. Ads, maybe we set a minimum speed of 200. I want people to be able to like go faster, right, if they want, but not, I don't want them to go too slow. Got an ad. That's a bro moment. Can I set my own badges? I can. How many badges can you have? Is it a maximum of 2? Or does it just automatically select them? I think it does. I think having a set speed for the zipline is fine. I mean, it's not a big deal. I've got it working already. I just need to fix the issue where we keep going back and forth now, which is unrelated to the speed thing. So, for these menu icons, why doesn't the continue button have a play? Because I'm stupid and didn't think of a good idea for the icon, but of course a play button would make sense. I'll add that. Let me write that down. So how am I going to stop the player from bouncing? Right? Let's think here. What I need to do is like... temporarily disable their collision or something, right? Like, I think we do something like this, where we say, like, body dot... But it's also tricky, because not everybody has collision. Well, everybody will be just a... Yeah, so no, we can set the collision. And then we just say, set the collision mask on 2. So I know anything that goes in here will be an entity, so that should be okay. Set, okay. Ads are over, sorry everybody. Full piano 87% translated. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of new keys now. A lot of them refer to the April Fool's stuff, but you know. Okay, so value, so that's the layer number. Yeah, between 1 and 32. So not 0. Oh, between 1 and 32. So 2. I want to set it to false. And then we're going to say, right, tween callback function. And then I have to set that back to true. So that should stop the player temporarily from colliding into the other door collision before the tween is done. It kind of does, but for some reason, sometimes they still go back through. Not sure. Why do they do that? Just got an ad that said, "Now this is taxes." Dude, yeah, steal it. It's just a stupid ad. I feel like we're not going far enough, right? We're only there. That's not the teleport position. Maybe it is. Maybe I just need to increase that value. Yeah, I guess so. It's probably because most of the time when the player goes through, they have a little bit of momentum, so they kind of get pushed past the teleport zone before it's a problem. But obviously in this case, yeah, we need to change that. So I'm just gonna do this. Our position will be that. Then let's just say we go to position. And then same with down here. So that one is just a straight up teleport, but this one will be, yeah. So that's basically just saying go 24 pixels past the center point of the door, right? Like that. So that we don't end up like in the door by the time we get to the end, right? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good right there, I think. The bottom one is maybe a little bit too much, right? Because it goes like there, but I think it's okay. Cool, so the zip lines are working. Yeah, so you can see when you roll into it, you go really fast. It's maybe too fast. I think I'm just gonna get rid of the multiply thing and just clamp it. Yeah. No, because that's the same speed that you're rolling at, so it makes sense. And that's the minimum. That's pretty slow. Let's set the minimum to maybe 300. That's probably pretty good. I don't want people to take too long to get to the dungeon room, because the thing is the enemies will immediately load in, right? Hey! Quellis, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, it's the new raid message we got. It's pretty cool. New overlay thing. But yeah, welcome in. What is going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Yeah, welcome raiders. We are currently working on Starground. This is the new dungeon that we're adding in. We're messing around with zip lines right now. So, yeah, it's going pretty good. Started Godot Wild Jam, nice. Oh, a card-based cooking game. That's a pretty good idea. Because, like, I imagine it's like a thing where you have like cards of different ingredients and stuff, and you can put them down into the pot or something, right? Yeah. No, that's pretty cool. I think card-based stuff like that can be pretty interesting. One little thing here that I keep noticing. I gotta change this. We need to do initially set the player position, so we need to say, right, body dot global position is equal to global position plus offset. That way we just make sure that like the player is aligned on the door, so that we go in a straight line. Yeah, there we go. Because otherwise sometimes the player will like, it'll start here and then kind of go at a diagonal, which looks bad, so. No, but this feels good. It's like a nice little snap, like you lock onto it, you know? I also need to make sure that when we're going across the zip line, the player doesn't walk like this. I think the best way to do that is basically what I do for the Star Launcher. Like, you guys know when we use the Star Launcher like this, and we get pulled in toward the Star Launcher, that's what we have to do. So... Yep, your entire kitchen, everything is represented by cards. Craft and cook by drag and drop the cards. Nice. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like, yeah, where like everything's a card. I really like Stacklands. That's a pretty fun game. But yeah, I imagine, I guess it's like the cooking in that. And Stacklands, like, you have like an oven card or something, right? And then or a campfire card, and then you just drag your food on top of the card to stack them. But yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, because you have like, here's your oven card, and then I'm dragging my carrot over here or something. Stacklands is a big inspiration, yeah. No, Stacklands is cool. Yeah, I got the DLC, the 2000 DLC. It's pretty fun. Yeah. This is just a good idea. Stacklands. Yeah, I gotta play it more. Looks smooth. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty nice. Just got to work out some of the little weird jank, but should be good to go. Yeah, so let's look at what the Star Launcher does, or when we get dragged in toward the Star Launcher, because I think that's going to be like a good way to do this, right? If we go to Star Launcher, what's going to be funny about this is entities can also go across the zip line. So let's go try and find an area with a slime. Okay, no. If we find a slime, we can watch him go across the zip line. Let's see. No slime. Maybe there's one up north. No slime. Getting unlucky out here. Maybe there's one up north again. Come on. Go. No slimes out here, man. Maybe there's one over here. No. Where's all the slimes? Slimes are more of a rare enemy, I guess. Come on. Yes. Alright, so we gotta be careful. It's okay, the little ones can still travel. No, we'll get poisoned. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, watch this, guys. Here they come. Yeah. It's pretty fun. That's one thing I love about the doors, is being kind of generic toward all entities instead of just the player. Because it allows the entities to go through the dungeon rooms. It's kind of fun. Yeah. One thing also is that the enemies can see you on the zipline. We're having flying enemies. I can just add a cooldown, right? Like, I might add a variable inside of the next dungeon room or something, like a delayed start for when the enemies actually spawn in and start doing stuff. So I don't think that'll be a big issue. Because yeah, it'll be annoying if the enemies start flying toward you as you're on the zipline, so... like that, yeah. The player will be invulnerable in that state, because since they don't have a collision layer, I don't think the enemies can really attack you, but yeah, either way, I think it's still a good idea to do that. Alright, so one thing we're gonna have to do is actually draw like a sprite for the zip line here. So we have to do that. I need to figure out the positional offset of the door, because we have like... because that's where the center of the door is, and then it's gonna go on the left and right. We're gonna go up by 24 pixels, so whatever we draw has to be has to work for that. So from the base of the sprite, so we have 24 pixels to work with from the center to the top, I think, yeah. So let's just go grab like right, door right. So we can go down as far as we want, but we have to make sure that the... let's see. Actually, it goes up by 32, doesn't it? Trying to think of where that is. So first off, let's get the center of the sprite. What's the resolution of this? 64, so 32 is going to be right there. So this will go down by 24. So that's the bottom, and then this will go up by 32, and that's where our zip line is going to be. So I'm just going to put a line right here, I think, but let's actually look at it in game. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, so we just have to draw our little zipline thing around that. It's not a big deal. And down here doesn't matter, it's just that this has to be like the top point of it, right? So for that, I'm just gonna do this. Make sure this is like, yeah. And I could also move this in, because this will be, yeah, it's gonna be right at the edge, so I'm probably gonna do that. Just to have it like inset a little bit. And then remove all that other stuff. So what does zipline anchors look like? 'Cause I don't know. That's the one in grounded, which is one option. I know what do real ones look like. They're just like a circle. Like a carabiner? Yeah. So I'm just gonna create like a little base down here. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And then this will go up by 5. So this is sort of the thing that it's standing on. It's not gonna look like this though. It's gonna look cooler. I think what would be cool is like if we did gave it almost like a triangle kind of shape. Oh god, why is my computer lagging? Okay. No, mouse. Okay. Are we okay? We're fine. Kind of like this. Like give it like a triangle look. Once we do this. That also works. Right? Because I want to make sure we leave room on here for like the colors of the door to know if it's open or closed. So sort of a base like this, I think, would probably be about right. And maybe we make the top just a little like wider. Sort of like just a little thing up here. And these are temporary colors. It's not actually going to look like this. In case that wasn't obvious. Something kind of like that, I guess. I don't know yet. And I think this should have a bit of a base around it too. Right? I guess I'll make this go down just for the perspective's sake. But that's the whole thing, is that it's higher up. I guess we just push that up. That'll be fine. I think we're getting somewhere. The whole idea of this place, right, is that the shapes and buildings of this area are very rounded. So I think kind of roundifying these shapes in here is probably a good idea. Just to make it look like it's something that they built, instead of being like a weird extra thing. Round those out. And same with all around here, right? Yeah, I don't know why they would build zip lines. I guess that's maybe just how they got across their buildings, but it's fine. We don't have to worry about the logic. So yeah, this is definitely way smaller than like the other doors, but I think it's okay. Because the other doors are too big anyways. So is this the vibe that we want? Probably. I'll probably make this a little beefier though. And honestly, maybe we do like a full, I don't know, fill this in, right? I want to make sure this looks right. Probably thicken this up quite a bit. Let's see here. That line right there. Get it look rounded. Actually, I don't like how that looks though. And probably expand the top of here too. Because I imagine we want this to be big enough to show the little boss icon. At least somewhere, right? I don't know where we're going to show it off. I don't know. Because I would like to have like a thing down the middle of this, I feel like. Right? of like showing the status of whether the zipline is active or not. Just have some space here to do it. It doesn't necessarily have to be like feasible, if that makes sense. This is a video game after all, guys. Right, almost something like that. Just want to make sure it has enough, you know, space for all the stuff. Because then what we do is we grab our colors and probably give it a little meter thing here. Something like that. That's not too bad. There's definitely some things in here I'd probably want to change. Like, it doesn't make sense for this to be rounded if this is here. So I think we do that. And then it wouldn't make sense for this to just end here, so that would have to go way further. Like all the way up, you know? Kind of like that. And also, wouldn't this be rounded too? It would. I have to make sure that the zip line is still kind of centered. I don't know, I don't remember where it was. So we're probably fricked. That's okay. Tileset Smileset? I don't know. It's just a random little thing we thought of for stream. Coming up with stream names is hard, guys. You know, you guys only see the end result, but you don't see the struggle. My life is so hard, guys. I have to name my streams. TNT mark goes hard. So this is the brightest color. Yeah, so I was there just crying and yeah, I was so worried, guys. I was petrified. My teeth were chattering. I was like, what am I gonna do? They're gonna be angry at me if I don't have the coolest title ever. It was pretty scary. Maybe we have like a little thing here. Catch my drift? Maybe we do like... Does this look more like it's like a little bracket? It's hard to do diagonal slopes on top-down pixel art like this because it's like, how do you make it look like it's a slope, right? How do you indicate that it comes out from here? I mean, one way is to do that with the shadowing. Scariest thing in the world, yeah. I like this track, guys. No, I don't like it. Keep it where it is. So I realized that this one should just be like this. No, I'll just keep it dark like that. Good enough. So that'll be the one where it's open. It's interesting that for the outline on the doors, it's actually not black. I don't know. I think I did that on purpose just so that it's not so distracting, or it doesn't look like it's like a building or something, like something super interactable. But it kind of is. I don't know. We'll have to see what this looks like in game with solid colors, I think. I might have done that just so it kind of fits in with the dungeon design or something. I don't even know. This looks like a little gizmo out of Star Wars, you know what I mean? Something you'd see in the background and Tatooine. That's the planet, right? Yeah. But that's kind of a vibe though. Is the entrance for a trash compactor? Yeah. So I'm gonna call this Tephra door right. Then guys, watch this. You are not ready. Actually, I'm just gonna do the right one and check what it looks like in game, because if it looks stupid and bad, then I don't want to spend all this time fixing it. Okay, so we're gonna add a new region. If I could freaking rename it. Okay. I'm just gonna call this one Tephra. Left. No, Tephra right. We'll figure out the naming convention on all this. I want more happy, funky music. I want more music, more tropical music in the streams, guys. Okay, so what's the FPS on these? It doesn't even matter. But just don't make it that. Don't make it loop. Alright, so how... Let's see here. All the doors have gone invisible. I don't know why. So yeah, when we do set type, what I'm saying is direction plus type. And what is type? Okay, this is stupid. Workout music won't say it's tropical, but it's something. Okay. We're gonna do this. So first off, let's not do direction. Well, we will do direction, but we're gonna say, let's format this better, right? So first off, we're gonna use the ID of the dungeon. So get parent.dungeon region, because that's the most important thing. That decides the whole vibe. Then we're gonna say, then we're gonna add on a number for the level, right? Dungeon level. Then we're gonna add on, no, that's it. Well, we'll just do this. So dungeon region. Dungeon region, I'm thinking here. Level, and then direction. Which will be direction. And I am just gonna call this a thing. This will be our bar door sprite. Tropical music to start, do you have? Yeah, they probably have a bunch now with the new tropical zone. I don't know. I'll have to try that out. See, now we don't have to do any of this garbage. We just say sprite.play backwards door sprite. Instead of whatever I'm doing here where I add on garbage depending on the level and all that stupid garbage. Okay. Now, do I say sprite.2d play anywhere else? just say play backwards. I feel like I do it somewhere else, though. I think I do it from the dungeon room, which is bad. I'm probably going to change it. Because I think I say change doors. Yeah, and then I say play backwards. Oh, but it's okay, because it's already defined the... Okay, it's fine. Just as long as it has the right sprite already, then it doesn't matter. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, there's a lot for Ginger Island. Okay. So what's up, Dylan? We're gonna have to rename all these now. Oh, I also forgot about the... like, the modifier. Type, right? What the frick is anim? Oh. So, yeah, we'll do that. Animation is equal to that. Well, let's just do this. Our new anim is that. If new anim is equal to animation, then that means we're playing the same animation, so don't do it. And then down here, we just say anim is equal to new anim. Okay. Just got home, chilling, nice. Yeah, we're just about at the end of the stream, so I'd like to call and take a look at something. Okay, so it'll be region, level, direction, and then type. Right? So like for this one, it's just going to be called... let's see. The region, the level, I think is 1 in this case. The direction is called down, right? So I think that's how we're going to want to name these things. Region solid is 1 down. So this will be Starground, region, Tephra, 1 right. And that's basically the format that we will follow. I know it seems like a lot, but it'll be good. So this is level 2, so we say Enceladus 2 down. And then this is just down boss, so we say 1 down underscore boss. This is 2 boss. 2 down boss. This is just left. This is left on level 2. 2 left. This is left for the boss. This is left for the boss on level 2. This is just right. This is right for level 2. This is right on level 1 for the boss. And this is right on level 2 for the boss. And we'll run through these and make sure they all look correct. So this is going to be up for level 1. This one is up for level 2. Sorry, I don't know why I got crazy there. This is up for level 2, or for level 1, but for the boss. And this is up on level 2 for the boss. Okay, let's make sure we got everything. 1 down. 1 down boss. 1 left boss. 1 right boss. 1 up boss. Good. 2 down, yes. That's up. This should be 2 up. This is why we run through these. Okay, 1 up boss. 2 down boss. 2 left boss. 2 right boss. 2 up boss. Okay. We're good. Ooh, my neck. Oh. I kind of really hurt my neck recently. I like stretched it and then I went way too hard. And now it hurts. Okay. Anyways, we should be good to go now, I think. Let's load it up and see. Oh god, I spilled water everywhere. Oh no. Oh goodness. Now, if it tries to play the sprite that doesn't exist, I think it'll be okay. It'll throw an error, but yeah, take a look at it now. So I don't know why that one's right. Okay, well they all are, so I think it's just playing some random one. It's probably throwing errors in here. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, Tefra up. Why is there another underscore? Oh. I have to make it so there's no other underscore unless the other one exists. Right. I'm just gonna say if type. Then new anim is that one. Else, it's gonna be that one without type. Let's restart and try again. What's my favorite Starground skin? I don't know. There's a lot of good ones. I can take a look right now.
Pathologic is one of the best and smartest. Gets his way. He really did bury the...
Is that happening again? Is that freaking video playing again? I'm closing the tab. I'm angry. All right, customize. So here's our options. I do like a lot of these. I added this Godot one, by the way, recently. It's a new one. The delirium. I do like yours a lot. Just because it's funny. Yeah, we could ask Graham if he wants to scan. That'd be cool. Ancient Automaton. I just like the simplicity of this one. That's why I've been using it. I'd say it's probably like a tie between Ancient Automaton and your skin, Ace. I think those are my two favorite. Oh god. Do not game engine skin? What does that mean? Do not game. That's crazy. I can't read it. My brain doesn't work. It's the famous do not game egg ein. What is that? Starground for my resource pack. Oh, the female skin. We could add that if you want. Just send it over to me. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm old and stupid. I don't know anything anymore. Yeah, sure. Send it to me. Oh, you don't have it? That's fine. I think I still have the mod somewhere. It's still on the Discord, so. It'll have to be in the shape of a Starground guy, right? So like it's gonna have the wide head and stuff, but I haven't touched that mod in a long time, yeah. Let's rock the Godot skin for a minute. Oh god. I'm afraid. I've not seen this, but Donut Game Egg. I don't know. Crazy. Let's go check out the doors now. Yeah, so it's gonna complain that it can't find them because the Tephra ones don't exist. So it's just gonna be these ones. But let's go test like the other regular doors because that's the big thing I want to check, right? Okay, those are also wrong. Starground region. I might have misnamed it. Enceladus. Oh. I guess it goes from 0 on that one first, so it's fine. For now, I'm going to rename those ones into 0. And I guess it's the same for Tephra. It is at index 0. I'm gonna look at the new place. Yeah, I'll give you a tour in a second. Let me go ahead and rename all these first. There's some cool tech that I've been implementing for this region. Because we haven't really done like an area like this that's outside. And especially with the perspective on this, it's tricky because you're like up on top of a building, so I've had to do a lot of work to make it look cool. But it's epic, so I'll show you. Let me name all this stuff back. Oh, come on. All right, boom. Restart the game. Oh, it's more like the goat. Thank you, thank you. Was I the Godot guy? I can't remember. Yeah, it was. All right. I wonder if the Godot guy should have like white hands. I don't know. All right, anyways, before I show you the new dungeon stuff, let me just check this really quick, make sure it's okay. Yes, all the doors are looking good. Let's go no clip, true, zoom limit, false. So this is good because it allows us to use like modded doors and stuff. Something is wrong over here though. Did it throw any errors? Okay, it says there's no 0 left or 1 for the bosses. If type, then I say 0 region, 1 for level, 2 for direction, and 3 for type. But for some reason it's somehow looking for this. With Enceladus, 0 left, 2 underscores. It's because type already has an underscore in it. I don't think that needs to be like that anymore. So if I go into the boss room, I think we should fix that. Wait, how does type even get set like that then? I'll probably do that in the dungeon generation script. Let's just search for underscore. Minimap, macro bear. Dungeon, here we go. Nope, it's not there. So I don't know how that's getting an underscore. I mean, I must set it in here, right? I'm sorry, Dylan. Give me one moment. Oh my god. Yeah, this is building. This is where I set the rooms and stuff. A special tag. Do I just manually set the... No. Type is boss. How does it have an underscore? I don't know. Type. Where am I messing this up? Right here, door to type is equal to boss. Right here. What is this crap? If special tag is boss, then I say, oh, let's just do this. Door.type is equal to room node.special tag and door.connection dot type is equal to room node.special tag. Okay. Hopefully that fixes that. One more restart, and then I promise I will show you. Okay. Let's go test it out. No, wrong dungeon! Well, I'll show you right now, then. Alright, so this is the new dungeon. I've been working on this stuff. Ignore the doors, because they're funny. So... oh, there we go. So, one thing that I got set up is the parallaxing background. I have these different layers of things, and as you can see, as I move, it does the parallaxing, right? So, I think it looks pretty good. It definitely helps add a lot of depth to the background, right? Looks like things are more 3D. So I think that looks pretty cool. So yeah, background work has been a lot of it. We have these rooms. One thing that I actually did for the dungeon, like, tile sets in this, is I created a shader. So all these, like, dark splotches on these tiles here, as you can see, that's not actually in the tile set. This is just a shader that's pasted on top. So I think it really helps add a lot of, like, texture to these buildings and make them look more dirty and sandy. So yeah, it looks pretty cool. I'm honestly thinking about using that tech over here in the first dungeon so that we have procedural moss kind of scattered around on the floor, because it would just look really cool, and I think it helped add a lot of texture. Yeah, I can show you the shader. It's not too bad. Basically, it's a way of getting world space shader. I'll show you. And then, yeah, the other part that I'm kind of working on right now, right, is the zip lines. Oh god, move speed 1. So you can run into the zip line and then you go across like that. So that's a work in progress. I still have to adjust the spacing of all this stuff. Because one thing that is a little weird is, like, when you enter into the zip line, you're technically you enter... Oh, the door is locked. Hold on. I think you go, like, it's like in the middle of the center of where the zip line is. It's a little janky, so I think I need to adjust the height of the zip line and then move the zip line door up so that the base is kind of in the center of where the door actually is. You get the idea, though. But it's getting there. I think it looks pretty cool so far. I'm vibing with the aesthetic of this area. I think it'll be cool to add in all the enemies and stuff. So yeah, I think the next thing is really just the decorations and, like, the enemies, because I've got the tile set basically all ready to go with the buildings, so yeah. That's the next big thing, so you know, maybe work on that. I know you are. But just let me know when that's ready to go. Like, I think you're drawing some concept stuff for the trash, and yeah, we'll start talking about enemies and stuff. So you better get on that. Yeah. But yeah, take your time. Maybe it's just whenever it's ready. But I would like to see if you have some concepts lined up for that, because I'm basically at the stage where it's time to do that, so. But yeah, I think it's looking pretty cool. I'm happy with how everything turned out, I think, so it's pretty cool. Some of the doors are still really messed up here. I don't know what's going on, because, like, why is this one... Like, what door could it not find? Right. Oh. Oh, because it's adding on the tag for special and exit and wise. That's why. It's because since this one's a special room, the door is broken. Okay, I just have to only apply that tag if it is the boss room. So down in here, right here, we're gonna say if type and type is equal to boss. Well, type will always be valid, so I'll just say if type is equal to boss. Right, because type is just a string, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so that should fix that issue, I hope. Let's, erase building. Non-existent function. Get tile on a null object. I don't know how that happened, or what building was even deleted. Here, what is the building? Oh, the star launcher. So, what happened here? Tile map that gets cell tile data. Yeah, I just have to make sure that the region is like erase building, because it called this. Because what I check here is if exit tree, if in game. I think I just have to say and not permanent, and that'll fix that issue. Because permanent things really shouldn't be drawn. So, you got any ideas for real? You're welcome to tell me. I am always happy to take suggestions and ideas. Make sure the doors here are normal. No clip true. Of speed 3. Where's the boss room? Here we go. Yep, doors are looking good. Just had to fix a couple little issues out there. Okay. Start the onslaught. Guys, I spelled onslaught wrong. I think I spelled it E-N, but I think it's supposed to be O-N. So what do I do? Open the door. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to rename it. It's fun being so fast. Just on. Yeah. I was stupid and misspelled it, so I'm gonna have to get that fixed right here. I don't know if I made that a key or not. I can't remember. I think I might have. I wonder what that looks like actually if I set my language to like Chinese or something. I don't think it does translate that specific line. Looks like I have yen up here or something. Looks like that's like my money. I know it's a word, but oh. I don't know why it's funny to me to see all these Chinese characters. It just kind of is. Also, yeah, the text is overlapping with the regular font. I need to run through them and check. I think it's just specifically the Chinese font. Chinese and then pistol barrel, yeah. Yeah, I need to go through more keys and add in all the things. I've just been bad about it. Okay, the game just randomly closed. Hopefully that wasn't like a real thing. I can never really know if like crashes like that are real or if it's just because it's in the editor and like I'm changing things and weird things happen. The new dungeon reminds me of a dusty desert place, maybe a dust of sand that slowly lerps to your position instead of just path tracing you. That could be cool. I think the theme that we're going to kind of go with for enemy stuff is like bugs, at least on the top skyscraper areas. And like specifically bugs that are like annoying and hard to kill. I think would be cool. You know, cockroaches and yeah, creepy crawlies. I think it'd be cool. But yeah, if you guys have ideas, let me know. Because I want ideas. It's always good to have too many ideas than not enough, because you can always just filter out the ones that don't work. Right, so. All 4 big boy gamers on the stream. I know, it's crazy. Spider from the first dungeon? Yeah, from the lab, dungeon 1, 2. I don't know. I'm probably going to move some enemies around. I think I might move the ancient automaton to the new dungeon. Because now the ancient automaton doesn't really fit in with the first one. Since we have the Antoid husk, right? That fits way better, in my opinion, in that dungeon. So I think the robot makes more sense on like a dusty trash planet. You know, Wall-E vibe. So, but yeah, I think that's going to be it for today's stream though, gamers. I'm sorry, but it's time. Yeah, what do you guys think about the new background? I don't think many of you... Oh god, shut up me. What do you guys think? Oh, what? Where'd my video go? No. It is playing, but it's just like broken. I don't know what to do, guys. Oh, it's because it's behind me. I got worried there for a minute. Alright. Let me go put these guys down. That's just because the Starground guys weren't put in the right spot. There we go. So now... Okay. Yeah, the little dancing guy. Gets covered up by the me in the background. Anyways. Yeah, I spent some time throwing some random things in for the background because I thought it was time for a refresh. And, you know, get out of there. It's kind of bad. Alright. But yeah, dungeon's going good. Things are actually, like, kind of working, which is awesome. Obviously, I haven't tested a lot with the multiplayer, but the great thing about this is, like, it's not, functionally changing. It's still kind of the same mechanic, so I think it'll all work just fine. And a lot of it's client-side, like the background has nothing to do with multiplayer and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, Dylan's fine. I'm in there. Oh, man. But yeah, I'm excited to get this dungeon up. It'll be fun to have a whole new area to add enemies in and stuff. And it opens us up for new things. Like, one thing I wanted to do was, like, key cards. So maybe to get to the lab on the first dungeon, you have to find a key card in the desert planet, right? So I think it's really interesting. It opens us up for more, not so linear for the gameplay. Yeah, got Saul Badman, yeah. Saul Bad Guy. Yeah. It's gonna be it. Thank you, gamers. I appreciate it. Feel free to buy Starground, join the Discord. Ooh, Finn is actually streaming the Radial Game Jam, which I think is always crazy. How do you make a whole game about radial menus? Are they ending stream? I don't think so. Let me make sure, though. Yeah, this update will be up, guys, on May 16th, so be on the lookout. And yeah, if you have any enemy ideas, feel free to put it on Discord. You don't really have to flesh it out or draw it or anything if you don't want to. Just like describe it is totally fine. So, but yeah. I was gonna read Finn, but Finn isn't there. Like, there's just an empty chair. I'm gonna wait like a couple seconds just in case he comes back. But may have to go raid somebody else. Let's look at who else there is streaming right now. Shh. And when that ad is about ready to play, go ahead and snooze that because we're gonna end stream. So, oh, Finn is back. He's approaching. Okay, we're gonna go raid them. I hope they don't end stream. It is what it is. All right, I'm gonna go start that. Starting raid. All right. Oh, sorry. Oh. Yeah, by the way, I'm gonna show you the shader, Oshik, on Oh, what's the background video? Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, it's the Cristo Redentor, the redemption of Christ, the statue in Brazil. You can see it back in there. But yeah. Also, I will go over that shader on Discord for the Tileset stuff, because I know, yeah, Christ the Redeemer, or is that what it is? Yeah, I don't know what it's called. All right, thank you, gamers. I'm gonna go start the raid. Message is Big Boy Raid, and I'm going to describe how I did the Tileset shader over on Discord. So, bye, gamers. Bye, bye, bye. We'll be live tomorrow, working more on Starground, 3 p.m. MDT. Bye.